Hey everyone. While on patrol, what are you doing? Are you posting some more in the Hey, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll go check it out here in a second. So those of you that are keeping up with me over on Twitter probably saw it today. I am doing everything I can this weekend to get this damn class out the door. I wanna get this out there with the options to make people like really think like this is gonna inspire exactly like the kind of character that I would want to make with this kind of a class concept, and hopefully like hopefully by the end of this stream we'll get to a point where the magic system for each of the different languages clicks to where, like, if I build a character and I specialize in this language, I'm going to get the kind of, like, thematics, and, like, I'm going to be able to build the kind of character that's going to feel really relevant at, first, second, third levels. Those are really, really key levels for me in making sure that the class concept really clicks with people. Hey, Karen, how's it going? By the Baron, first time I've been able to make it live. Well, I'm glad to have you. Glad to have you. I'm also been really happy to see all the people watching the VODs and everything. So that's been really cool. I'm glad that people are getting something out of this stuff. A blue thumbnail. Yeah, yay for magic systems. This will probably be like, man, am I feeling secure? Yes, I'm feeling really good, really good about the base class. Really great about the subclasses. I know that what's there is strong. I'm trying to make sure that what you do with the Rune Keeper right now won't do anything that, how do I put it? It won't do anything that is unreasonable for play in terms of like, there is absolutely no other way that you could do this in D&D, right? Like, well, okay, let me rephrase that. Whenever you're doing innovative design, like experimental like this, you want to make sure that, like, yes, what you're introducing is new and interesting, but you also want to make sure that, like, it's reasonable, right? You want to make sure that what's in there isn't doing anything that, like, absolutely any character wouldn't be able to do comparably, let's say. You're asking about insecurity? Okay. Well, I'm letting you all know where I'm sitting then. Yeah, the thing I'm trying to do right now, I want to make sure there's some wording in here for some of these runes. I'm trying to make sure, I think we were talking about this in the previous stream. I want to make sure that you can't do things like do nothing but inscribe weapon runes, and get to like be able to dish out like 8+3 weapons, right? Like, is that really great for D&D? Like, okay, is that practical? Number one, not really. Like, so you get 3 like plus, or you get 5+3 weapons, and you have 4 party members. Is that really all that good? Like, sure, your party members are going to get, like, for sure +3 items, but is that, like, really practical for you to just, like, inscribe a bunch of +3 weapons and dish them out? Is that going to do anything super crazy? I don't think that it's going to do anything more insane than what the Artificer's done with their, like, enhanced weapons. Let me see here. You posted something. Okay, I'll go check the Discord here in just a second. I want to make sure that, like, yeah, it's free real estate. I'm fine with people doing the crunch to figure some stuff out. I even thought about passing this one over to, like, Treant Monk, and trying to get his opinion on, like, okay, break this for me. It's I think that kind of editing, right? That kind of balance is something that, like, the optimizer community is going to be really helpful for. Because, like, I can design and come up with all these options and try and make sure that, like, things make sense and they click. But optimizers have a different way of looking at the game where, like, they're able to crunch trying to get power in a way that, as a designer, I'm not usually trying to crunch. You know what I mean? How do I figure out what's reasonable whenever it comes to homebrewing? Is it something that comes with time, or did I have a few examples that I look to for reference? I try to make sure, like, there are some examples I've looked at here, like even on stream. Let me get the document pulled up. There are some examples of other classes I've looked at to make sure, like, my system will kind of click and the gears are going to turn in the same way, right? Like, I looked over at Benjamin Huffman's Magus like, as a good example for when weapon runes should probably get like a +3 or a +1, +2, +3 to attack and damage rolls, right? The way that he does it on the Magus is I think it's like at +1 or at whenever you get that in spell, right? You can immediately make it a +1, and I think I'm thinking about this right. You can immediately get a +1, and then it's at 9th level you can get a +2, and then 13th level you can get a +3. And the reason why he did that was to make it keep up with the magic weapon spell. So that's already very nice, but I'm thinking about that like a 3rd level spell slot that you're getting. The way that I'm looking at this right now is that, like, if someone was to ask me what does a Runekeeper do with its magic system that's different from what XYZ thing does, right? You are, in a way, like, if other classes are getting their cantrips in order to, like, and that's their main core source of damage, I want the runes to feel like you are doing, like, your weapons will be a cantrip in a way. You're able to do things with the weapon that will mimic kind of the same amount of power like you would be getting out of a cantrip, right? And then invoking it is similar to casting a spell, right? So your cantrip and your spell are all kind of tied up in the same thing. So that immediately means that the power of them is a little bit lower than if I had gotten my choice of cantrip and my choice of spell, even though you're getting your choice of rune. And it's experimental, all right? We're going to see how it churns whenever I get it out there in the wild. Because there are certain things, right, like I talked about with my dancer, that, number one, I had an oversight that I was like, ah, crap, I should have caught that, you know? But then I saw from playtest, whenever some of my concepts are put out there into the wild, that they were doing things that they probably shouldn't have, that I guess from the way I was looking at the game, I didn't catch, you know? So that's the kind of thing that, like, playtest feedback is going to be really helpful in, you know, helping me out with. So, like, with a concept with a scope as huge as this, it's pretty hard for me to be able to tell, like, what absolutely every option is going to do in tandem with something else, right? So there may be some combination that'll come up that I don't catch from putting it out there. But, like, and this is to build off of what Vi the Baron was asking, how do I figure out what's reasonable when it comes to homebrewing is something that comes with time and experience. And then there was another one from Robotic Mage. How much do I expect to edit / rebalance things down the line? Like, am I expecting to release a patched Runekeeper down the line, or am I shooting for a first and final version? So I was having this conversation with Benjamin and Ross this morning, because I was like, I want this weekend to be the weekend of, let's finish this shit, let's get it in people's hands this next week, right? I know that the base class works. I know that the subclasses work, with the exception of Druidic, that I've got to decide whether or not the Standing Stones is going to be a thing. I did, however, add in some feats that are going to make it to where, like, Druidic and Thieves' Cant runes are going to be, like, a thing. Like, you can pick them up as a Runekeeper. We just might not have a subclass that specializes in them right now. Because my concern is the amount of versatility that I gave you in the Standing Stones might not really easily click for all the druidic runes, and I want it to just click and work. Can I speak up your swifting chips and chewing really loudly? Turn me up? I don't know. But I do expect that this is the kind of class that I'll put out there, and then probably within like 2 months or so, like I always save feedback. I actually get hit up by a lot of different communities that are, doing live streams or something like that have some of my class options at their table, and they're really good at finding things that I didn't think of whenever I was designing it, that I was like, yeah, okay, that probably doesn't need to work that way, right? So that's why you'll usually see, like, if you download any of my stuff over on the DMs Guild, it'll have a version, like version 1.4 or something, right? If I find something that's bad enough that I need to immediately patch it, I'll do that. But more often than not, I'm trying to save up like patches for like every maybe 2 or 3 months, and that way I can do like a big sweep and catch all that stuff, right? But what I want to do is get the base class out there soon, like hopefully within the next week. And then if people find some stuff that they're like, hey, this is a problem right here, then I can go through and catch it later, see if like, okay, it's meant to work that way, but maybe you had an interpretation of it that I can clear up, or yeah, that needs to get changed, you know? Yeah, and the best way to figure it out is through time and feeling over some... You do get the experience, right, just from working on a thing like this and being passionate about the design process, that, like, it is experience that you just get over time. You start to learn pacing, right? At 5th level, all characters need a power spike. We need to give you something that's going to feel comparable to extra attack right in here. That's why here for the Runekeeper, they get an additional resource that allows them to re-invoke runes. So, like, once I've invoked it, I can do it again, like, using these runic charges, right? And actually, Ross really helped out with this and giving me the idea for what this could be to build off of what Rune Mastery was for the Rune Knight in a cool way that I'm excited to see what people have to say about it. The, like, 9th level, you want some kind of a big spike, like, right around here. I build it as a dead level, but, like, you getting a 6th inscribed rune means that some of your runes are getting into their +2 form if you build into that. So, like, +2 to attack and damage rolls, or, like, +2 to armor, you know. The thing I worry about with that is Benjamin thinks that the bonuses are usually good enough to, like, force you to either do the +2 to a weapon or +2 to your armor class. So that trade-off right there with the Runekeeper being able to just do that for a rune gets me a little bit worried, right? I do think that what I really need to do is make it to where if I have this one armor rune, that armor rune can grant me the +2 bonus for runes. If I have other runes inscribed that are not also this rune, so that way you can't stack them, right? I don't think that the runes need to stack, so that way if I just inscribe the same rune over and over and over again, I don't want you to be able to just do that and get a bunch of +2 weapons. That's like not the goal here, you know? I want you to, like, I want the runes to build onto that weapon rune, for you to build into this power from diversifying your portfolio of what your runes are. If my subclass videos have taught you anything, wording can make features either useless or be the only thing that a character does. Yeah, like, and I love writing, like, I love writing options that, like, give you a lot of colors to paint your palette, or a big palette to paint your picture with, you know, to paint the kind of character that you want to make. So, like, I try to make sure that it's not so clear you should always be picking up this, or this, right? I try to make sure that, like, if you want to go with some high utility kind of stuff, you can, and just not really build into your weapons and armor. And, like, you getting this Rune Stance right here means that that can still be kind of viable. You just dealing this extra damage right here with this, the protection stance being you can reduce damage with this. I think that this is going to make you pretty viable no matter what rune that you really build into. But if you do build into those weapon runes, this is going to help you gish out like you want to gish, you know. The rest of the stuff in here, like Hermetic Acuity, this is pretty much just all roleplay exploration. The subclass identities, like, if you're going to go Deathic, it's pretty clear that you're going to specialize in, I'm going to inscribe on weapons and armor. That is my big deal, right? I want to be the big rune smith. Fiendish, these are all about control. A lot of, like, kind of recurring damage as parts of the runes. Goblin, this is just chaos. This is going to be, like, uncontrolled, just insanity. I want the Goblin one. And the Goblin runes have been the funniest ones to see not only what, like, I've tried to design, but what other people have thought Goblin runes should be. I have loved the community submissions for these runes. It's been so damn funny. I want this to be a blaster, but this is going to be like the wild magic kind of one, right? I think people are going to see Goblin runes and they're going to be like, what the hell? Like, oh, wait, this is just the insane subclass. Okay, yeah, I'm behind it, right? Eokaric, the fantasy for this one was the Dragoon from Final Fantasy. You should be able to 100% build out that kind of character with this. And I think it being tied into a magic system makes it to where, like, the fiction of it makes a little bit more sense than, like, you're suddenly a fighter that can jump 40 feet in the air. Why? Like, what? That feels really magical, right? Like, that feels like a bit more of a superhuman kind of a thing. And I also need to make sure, because I don't know if Awesome Soul is going to be in here tonight or not. I got to ban these bots. Sorry about that. Okay. So then the Jotun one is, my whole reason why I made the Jotun subclass is because I thought that the Rune Knight Fighter was so hyper-focused on the idea of, like, giant, like, you are the giant fighter, that I wanted that to break out and be, like, I wanted to increase the amount of character expression that you could get out of that, so I made that Rune Knight its own separate deal that you can go into a bunch of different, like, runic languages, rather than just, I'm going to specialize in giant. And then I took the idea of what the Rune Knight was over from Tasha's and made it into a subclass for the Rune Keeper. So what I hope is people are going to feel like the Rune Knight Fighter can also build into giant runes, but it can also go into Deathic or do whatever, right? But here...
I'll see you later.
Okay.
I'm heading out.
Love you.
I love you.
Oh, have fun.
I shall.
What time do you get home?
I close, so between 11 and midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love you. Have a good night.
I love you too.
So I wanted to bring a lot of the mechanics for the Rune Knight back into the Runekeeper in some fold, but I didn't want it to be the core identity of it. So a lot of the identity that you're going to see here for Jotun is going to be the Rune Knight from Tasha's spread out and repurposed for this class. And then the subclass itself is building into the scaffolding that I established for the Runekeeper here. Supernal is going to be the heal slut. 100%. Like, Blue Thumbnail loves it, right? This is going to be the, like, if I'm going to go focus more on support, go Supernal. It feels like no matter what, the more heavily divine sort of cleric-y classes are always going to be tied up into healing. And I like the idea of this building on that. But I don't want it to infringe so much on, like, life cleric's role, you know? This should be... And yeah, so some people in my community have called it, right, like, whenever you're making some of these classes, there's always the heal bot, right? Or rather, what some people in my Discord have called it, the heal slut, you know? The whole idea of the subclass should be you're going to specialize in healing. Because, and the identity for what healing is for the Runekeeper is very different. Very different than what it means for Cleric. Cleric is healing through magic, and it's going to be like, these hit points are created for you, right? Supernal is going to be enhancing Supernal is going to be enhancing natural healing. So rather than playing with the idea of this spell is going to give you these hit points, this is going to build off of you have to spend hit dice. The identity of a Runekeeper is that you get to bend and twist the laws of reality, and like what I want the feel for this to be is that you are able to bend and twist the laws of restoration, right? I think that this is a super cool idea. I want to, keep in on that, and it also allows you to spend hit dice in a way that allows you to spend those hit dice if you just want to get temporary hit points. Like, ooh, that's okay. What? Like, that alone right there to me is like, there's some cool stuff you can bend in with this. The Supernal one should feel like this is going to be the hit dice Runekeeper, right? So one of the ways that I did that, where was it? We had the overheal. And I'm not sure if I wanted to make the overheal part of this class or a rune. But the overheal is just going to be whenever a creature gains hit points through one of your runes that would send it over its maximum, those are instead granted as temporary hit points. I like that idea, right? Of the runes also allow you to kind of like pull from restoration for the future for kind of bolstering yourself in the now. I think that's super cool. Vitality. Oh, that's the Rune Stance. Okay. This is the overheal mechanic right here. So if a creature within the area of your Rune Stance, so this is within 10 feet of you. If a creature within the area of your Rune Stance gets hit points that would exceed its maximum, those hit points can instead be granted as temporary hit points. This overheal right here is very good. There's a lot of the runes that are in Celestial that allow you to just spend hit dice and restore those hit points, right? This is making you a very nice buffer right here. Light, this is allowing you to like suppress magical darkness while within the area. This was pretty fun. It's very situational. It probably should be, but you also do shed the bright light in the area of the stance and dim light to double this area. I like that. And then beauty, your allies that can see you gain a bonus to saving throws against being charmed and frightened, equal to the number of runes you have inscribed. I think this just needs to be charmed. I keep fighting with this because it feels like there's the power of this isn't really in line with like light and vitality, even though this is an extremely strong buff. Like your allies that can see you gain a bonus to the saving throws against being whatever. You are foregoing vitality and light, but then again, like you might just pop into those, whatever. This isn't always on, so I feel like this is actually pretty okay. But these other ones, like, I like giving you this switch, right? You can either do a really strong thing or another really strong thing, but not both at the same time. Rather than, like, I think that's the meaningful choice to kind of build into for D&D, where some people say, well, I could do this thing, right? I frenzy, but then I'm going to gain a level of exhaustion. That detriment is rough, and it doesn't really feel like 5e design. However, if you're foregoing one thing to do another, like one strong thing to do another strong thing, that feels like it's pretty, like, that feels like a lot more interesting, right? Than just, I'm going to take this option, and then if I really want to do this thing again, I have to incur a penalty for it. Sometimes that's very cool. But other times, like in the case of Berserker Barbarian, that hurts out a lot for what they want to do in a combat. Would I, and this is from Tin Can, would I consider Dethic or Jotun to be the classic? Oh, so the vanilla, right? So one of the things I've talked about is making a vanilla subclass that I think whenever people are like, I want to roll this up, how do I do the thing that's just, I want to do the basic champion fighter thing, right? This is like the vanilla subclass. I would say that pretty easily Dethic could be arguably the vanilla, because this is all about enhancing weapons and armor. Like, that's very classic for what Runekeeper wants to do. This is very simple in play. like, for your Rune Stance. Here I know that you need to get some kind of an extra attack equivalent, so I like that. But it's something that you have to do as a part of a Rune Stance. You have to enter that Rune Stance to potentially get the ability to make 2 attacks, right? That's, I think, pretty interesting. They do get extra attack, but it's like a choice that you have to make using your bonus action on your turn, you know? Like in the other options, right? So you can attack twice instead of once. Okay, very good. Or armor. Switch into armor stance. You gain a +1 bonus to AC while wearing armor or wielding a shield. And that bonus stacks on top of what your other runes can do. I worry about that for bounded accuracy. Like, does it make it to where is the +4 too good, right? And then I look at something like, wait, I need to, before I totally make an ass out of myself here. And then I remember Forge Domain, but I want to double check because if I remember right, that's just when you're wearing heavy armor. Yeah, while wearing heavy armor, you gain a +1 to AC. So that stacks on top of getting magical armor that can grant you a +3, right? So some players, I do wonder if they're going to think that the optimal thing to do is go over into Deathic Rune Stance for 6 levels, pick this up, and then go over into Forge Domain Cleric for 6 levels and get the +1 over there. So they just have a +2 bonus to their AC on top of anything else they can get. I don't think that that's all that crazy, because there's other ways that you can get that +1 bonus to AC in, like, fighting styles, right? So, like, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. And I'm going to leave it as it is for now. But Valor just also felt very dwarf, right? You and your allies that can see you within the area of your stance have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. That's pretty fun. And that might be the way, actually, to keep the... Let me pull that back down over to Supernal. I just want to make sure that the comparable power is all the same. Okay, and this one was... Why is that not pasting? Because that needs to apply to you and your allies. Why is that not pasting? Equal to, we're just going to say the number of runes you have inscribed for now. That could be up to a +10, but, I mean, yeah. Now you want to make a vanilla, now you want to make an ice cream class. Yeah, almost any option will add to the potential maximum power you can get when optimizing, but as long as it's an additive benefit and it isn't going to multiply anything, you think it's fine. I tend to agree, but bounded accuracy is the one thing I will always look at and think, like, we need to make sure that if something gets a if something can make a +4, we need to be very careful with how that works. Like, yeah. Now... Yeah, I can't always test for how people are going to crunch something out and make it to where, like, if somebody takes this, like, one of the weirdest bits of criticism I've gotten about a homebrew thing I wrote was that, well, yeah, we took this into a game and, like, there was a player that had 2 other magic items that made this thing go off like crazy, and I was like, wait, like, so your critique is, my thing busted because you gave a 2nd level character a rare magic item that caused it to be busted. And I was like, you know what? I'll take it. And I'm like, that's fine. Whatever. And I edited in one line of dialogue, or one line of mechanical text that made it to where couldn't. Oh, how do I put it? The specific interaction that they were calling out couldn't work. It was basically taking the. Let me pull this up. I'll show you what I learned. I got a lot of really good feedback from this person as well, but this in particular was like, what is it? Health? Yeah, okay. And it was an uncommon magic item. Is that right? Health? Or is it the Amulet of Health? What was it? There was something that they got that was like, it allowed for healing that wound up stacking in a pretty unhealthy way. If I think about it, I'll bring it back up again. Vitality? It's not the Prerequisite of Health. I'll have to find it again. But anyways, it was allowing characters to heal into infinite when put with something else that I had listed. So it was a specific flare interaction in the dancer that I had to fix. But yeah, so you find that stuff out from playtest. Some people have certain critiques that it's like, this is a little silly. I don't know that I could really like merit that. But like, if they're saying, well, due to our homebrew rules that we have on our table, it broke like the thing that you designed, and I'm like, well, I'm trying to design for the base game, so like I don't really know what rules you have that, like for all I know, you have a rule at your table that says a wizard can cast a 9th level spell once per day, and so let me see here. Okay, Albert Lawson, I just randomly found the stream. Hey, well, I'm happy to have you. Sorry if I don't get totally caught up in chat. I know I can go on some of these like tangents here, but the base class. How am I currently feeling about everything? The base class is done. The base class is like done. Druidic is one that I worry like I may have to cut for right now because I know I've already cut 2, and this feels done. This feels okay, except for the fact of this feature right here is going to dictate every way that you can possibly design a Druidic rune, and I don't know that I necessarily like that. And I think that there's something else I could give you at 2nd level that could feel pretty okay, Terran's Tangent Time, a great way to get distracted for an hour. Yes. Hornet Taco, great name. Wait, what's that? Hornet Techo. I thought it said Hornet Taco. I was like, all right, great name. Just got the notification the stream is happening. Glad you could catch it. I am glad to have you. Thank you so much for hanging out. So, I feel like it would be a lot safer for me to start designing more Druidic runes if I cut this. But I really like this a lot. This is meeting up to the fiction of Standing Stones from like Skyrim in a pretty damn cool way. This is making it to where you can be a zoner as a druid, and you can build these obstructions in battle. Are they really all that crazy? I mean, not super crazy, but just putting distance between an enemy and one of their targets is very good. Putting a block on the battlefield has a lot of power. So I like this a lot, and I'd like to build into this in some way. But I think that the thing I might have to do is trim down the Invoke a Druidic rune. Because, like, having it to where the inscribed effect for the Druidic rune can apply to all creatures within the aura is pretty insane. So, like, you can only have one at a time. But I don't know that even specializing with it, like going full Rune Keeper, can allow you to do this. It does feel very strange. I do think the call to make might be to clip Druidic for right now and do that in an expansion. And then, because I already did that for Thieves' Cant, and that already hurt. But I will say, boop, gonna get rid of that. I will say, I wanted to compensate for the loss of the rogue subclass. So there's something new in here. Some people have been asking about this. Am I going to make feats for the new magic system I basically created? So, oh, Shepherd does the aura thing? Well, Shepherd does it in a different way. Shepherd does it with 3 specific kinds of auras. What I did was I tried to make it to where you can pick up Thieves' Cant and or Druidic and go pick up some of these other runes. If you really, really like them, you can pick this up with Guild Cipher, pick Druidic, and then go check out some of those runes, right? Or Thieves' Cant, go check out some of those as well. Biomancer actually sent me a really cool rune I want to talk about here in a minute. Invocation Initiate. You can go, pick up a rune, inscribe it, and invoke it once. This is going to feel like Magic Initiate. Boom. Yeah. Magic Initiate also gets you cantrips. So I feel like you being able to get this, just you can inscribe it. That's going to feel like your cantrip right there. And then you can invoke it once per long rest. Boom. This is very simple. Very simple right here. Runesmith Adept. This is one that, like, Dethic's whole big thing is that you can also inscribe additional Dwarvish runes on this stuff. But I still wanted you to be able to do that in some way. And I think you going over and grabbing a feat to do that is pretty good. You can inscribe 2 runes onto an object if the object is a weapon or armor, right? You add a rune of your choice to your runic lexicon that translates to armor or weapon. If the rune has a prerequisite of any kind, you must meet the prerequisite to add it. This is... Oh. Okay. That way... the prerequisites are, rather than make it to where there are level requirements, I'm now making it to where there will be rune requirements. Reason I'm doing this is it future-proofed it. I'll show you the wording. So initially, and I knew I was going to run into some situations here with multi-classing and whatever. Let me go to one. Okay. So here's 2 of the older runes, Quaffix and Orcus. Orcus does need a level requirement because you need to specialize in the Fiendish to go and grab Orcus's rune. I feel like that's very fair. But I'll talk about Master Runes here in a second. Quaffix, this initially said the prerequisite of 5th level Runekeeper. Okay, what this would have meant right here is that if I was a, like, Rune Knight fighter using my new system, I would never be able to go and get this. And this didn't feel like a really graceful thing. I guess I could have done, like... But that's gross, you know. What I can do to make it to where it will scale up, like, the prerequisite will scale, right? Is rather than requiring a level requirement, I require a number of inscribed runes from this rune's runic language. Because what that does is I'm like, okay, if it requires that you need to have 5 runes inscribed from, like, this thing's runic language, what it means is that those will always, always, always be out of the hands of the invocation wizard right here, right? If you go over and pick up the feat, maybe you could go and snag it, right? And I guess that's all right. But it's very unrealistic that you would be able to go and get a bunch of the different runes and access the same level of power that you could get out of, like, a Rune Keeper, right? So what it already does is I can design a rune that says you must have 3 other runes inscribed from the Dwarvish runic language. And what that means is the wizard subclass wouldn't be able to get it until 15th level, right? So 3 other runes, and then I get this one. Then that means I can get it here. But the Runekeeper can do that by 5th. So with this new system, scaling it off of the runes that you have inscribed rather than a level requirement, not only does it like feel a little bit cooler, like the narrative of I have to know other runes to get this rune, right? I've also coded it to where the level requirement is baked into how many runes you have inscribed at the same time. Like, I felt like that was whenever that click happened, I was like, this is genius! Like, oh man, I don't have to, it saves me a lot of writing, is what it winds up doing. I don't have to make a whole bunch of arbitrations about, yeah, well, I'm worried about this wizard as well. Yeah, well, I'm worried about, whatever. No, this is all, the inscription system makes it work. It makes it churn. And if that sounds super confusing, let me know in chat, because that's feedback that's going to be really helpful in making this system work. Sniffing Thieves' Cant was a good decision, you think? I think sniffing the subclass was a really good idea. I think that was gonna hang me up on something that was always going to feel a bit too close to the Arcane Trickster. And I can tweak it. I had ideas for where that subclass was going to go, but I have so much other stuff in here that's complete and ready to get out the door that rather than spending another month on getting that one subclass out there, and holding off the whole project, I'd rather get the whole project out there and then do it later in an expansion, the other thing that basing it off of runes that you have inscribed does is makes it to where the highest level spell that you can get and cast with some of these runes through invoking the rune for, like, let's say the wizard, right? The wizard goes over and snags one of these. The highest level it's going to get is going to be a second level spell slot. So you get a few freebie second level spell slots whenever you get 3 of these runes that you can cast some of these spells with. But the powerful thing is that you go over and snag one of these runes that gets you these spells, and you just add these to your spells known. That's so good already. Like, you are basically expanded spell list the class in a sense. I think that's pretty cool. Like, I think that the power that that's offering right there is enough to justify, I need to go over and look at some of these runes, You think making the secret languages of Druidic and Thieves' Cant as prestige classes would be a real Sigma move? You think? Did I hear about Silvery Bards as a spell? Definitely tangent worthy. Yeah. Yeah, right? And I guess I hadn't realized, because, I mean, like, what is it? It's not confirmation bias. It's like, I guess just like, what is it whenever it seems like all you see is the only thing that's out there? Is that like, and basically what it was, right, was I had mentioned how, like, it felt like because of my Silvery Barbs video, I kind of became a punching bag of, like, I was one of the only people on YouTube saying, we need to ban this spell. And it felt like I kind of got pushed around a little bit. But then I found out, from talking with, like, Pack Tactics that, like, because Pack Tactics said we shouldn't ban this spell, he also got a lot of flack in his comment sections. So I was like, I guess for me, it was just the fact that I saw it on my comment sections, and I didn't really see it or hear about it a lot from, like, the optimizer community that's like, yeah, we really want to take this, whatever. Like, you shouldn't ban this spell. I guess I just didn't really see the kind of flack that they were getting for the opposing viewpoint, So, yeah, I'm feeling, I'm feeling at least like maybe it wasn't so much seeing optimizers come over and hate on it. Maybe it was just like YouTube comment sections are just extremely opinionated, and that's just the way it kind of is. Yeah. This should probably say, I want you to be able to get this by 5th level, so this should probably say 3 other. And this should probably say life and profane. Yes. That's all fine. Anything divisive will be a subject of outrage. Yeah, yes, and like, I've always wondered, like, how do I really want that to be a, I don't know, I just don't, I guess I just don't see some stuff as, like, I guess, yeah, sure, I had a divisive opinion on, Silvery Barbs, but, like, it also, to me, just seemed like, kind of, I guess to me it seemed like it was kind of apparent, like, how damn strong that thing is, and, I don't know, yeah, plus one bonus to AC for every 3 runes. Okay, that wording. That way it gets a stack of boom, boom, boom. You can get up to the +3. Translations. Okay. They definitely are, because you saw a lot of optimizers complaining about how people were harassing them and telling it was a broken, unfair spell. It's just an echo chamber on both sides for people to bludgeon their detractors. People really don't like WotC talk because they can get really defensive, positive or negative, because they take any D&D crit personally. Sometimes they react over-exaggeratedly. Yeah, yeah, the D&D fan base, and this isn't, like, universally applicable, but there are definitely people, and I guess, like, I mean, most games are gonna have this kind of crowd, right? You say something critical about a game, then, like, the fans of the game are probably gonna come out in droves, I wanted to deliver, I like to deliver information in a way that isn't so divisive. I try to leave it to where it's pretty open, but there are some times where I think that something is just probably too good for the game, right? I called out, I remember the first one that I remember calling out that I was like, holy hell, like, whoa, this really shouldn't be a thing, was the Renegade Fighter that appeared in, it appeared in the Legends of Runeterra thing. It was like a third-party thing that Riot did. So, like, I called out, there was an interaction that made it to where that fighter was doing fireball damage with every single one of its attacks, and it just shouldn't. It was outpacing what, like, most characters could do by 20th level in terms of damage output, without a resource cost. And I tried explaining my point, but there were people that seemed like were diehards of either League of Legends or D&D that were like, nah, but man, like, this is alright. Like, I want my players to feel overpowered. Like, whoa, hold up. Like, you want your players to feel strong, you want your players to feel strong, and you can still do that without doing something that's just ridiculous, Like, that takes a little bit more grace. There isn't really an optimizer community? I mean, I would say that, like, maybe the crowds that surround people that, really, really do enjoy the crunch side of it, I'm fine with crunch. I actually think that crunch really serves its purpose. I mean, I was saying in here, I was saying here earlier, right? Like, there's things that I would send, what I think is like a shotgun style critique. What I mean by shotgun style critique is like, you want someone to tear your work apart in a way, like you want them to break it, and that's why you give it to the groups that you think, yes, you all will be the ones to figure out how this breaks the game, right? And I think optimizers that are willing to do that kind of look, you know, open up an Excel spreadsheet just to make a character, are the ones who are pretty damn good at finding those interactions that probably shouldn't happen, you know. And I think that serves its purpose, you know. Is it like the thing I prefer to do? No, not really. I like just kind of making the stuff. I like making the options. But there is a good reason to send things over to people to have them tear it apart for you, you know? And that also requires people to know that that's what they want. I don't think that getting shotgun style critique is the kind of thing that every designer should do. You have to know, especially, like, this is the thing that Benjamin was telling me he used, or I guess, I don't know if he still does or not, but he used to post this stuff intentionally over to Reddit to get really harsh opinions on it, you know, because sometimes that really harsh critique, if you're using it properly, like you're intentionally going for that, can be helpful. But you have to be able to take the punch of someone tearing apart what it is you created. Take that punch of, this isn't as good as what I thought. How can I improve it? It's, you know, every great sculpture was hit with a hammer at some point, you know? You don't engage in min-maxing as a player, but as a homebrewer, you find the optimizing / min-maxing community really helpful because they have a great breakdown of features and interactions, which is great. Yeah, sure. You want to understand how you can get the power out of a thing? Yeah, optimize. Sure, cool. So, wait, there isn't overlap between Reddit designers and people who follow this chat. The people who make the highest AC or fastest you can move forum posts aren't like treat / D&D optimal. I think that maybe optimizers have like their own separate little communities, right? Like their own little discords or their own subreddits and that kind of stuff. But whether or not there's like a collective, you know, I don't know. Maybe reach out to the Deep Lord D&D Deep Dive. Is that Colby? People have asked me to, oh, Ross just hit me. Okay. Free action. Yeah, we're having a discussion because, who was it? Don't Worry About It DM posted it looks like a picture of, from the Tal'Dorei Reborn book. Yeah. So we were talking about the different rune stances. D4 is Colby. Okay, yeah, I think we've, if I remember right, I think we're following each other over on Twitter. But yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to hit up one of the optimizers to, you know, take a look at some of the stuff with the Runekeeper. So, like, don't worry about it. Okay, thanks, Tyler. This is the thing that Tyler posted over in, my Discord. Resolute Stance. At 6th level, you can temporarily refocus your combat ability to make yourself a bulwark or defense. At the start of your turn, no action required. You can assume a defensive stance that lasts until the start of your next turn. While in this stance, you can't be grappled, attack rolls against you at disadvantage, and your weapon attacks are made with disadvantage, now, reason why, like, I don't really understand. I guess it's the payoff, or the trade-off, right? You can do this stance, but, like, you can't be grappled, attack rolls against you at disadvantage, and your weapon attacks are made with disadvantage. This is like, this is that trade-off, right? Of you are getting the good defensive stuff, but your weapon attacks aren't going to be as effective, right? I think the trade-off of, like, I almost think that I would rather have it as you can use a bonus action to enter the stance of you can't be grappled, attack rolls against you have disadvantage. And then another thing that provides a good thing, rather than no action required and you can only do this one thing with it, right? I don't know that I'm a fan of this idea. But I did hit up Ross, because Ross is the person that figured out the stance mechanic that I'm using over here for the Runekeeper. And, like, I don't think... I think the power that this provides, the versatility that this provides, makes it to where I think it needs to require a bonus action. It needs to require some portion of your action economy to justify and paint the narrative of, yes, I am switching between these two stances. I think being able to choose one, no action required, I'm not a fan, because it should also make it to where it's very intentional that you're choosing to go into weapon stance to get this thing of, yeah, I can attack twice whenever I take the attack action on my turn. This needs a cost, right? Of I'm switching between this, or, you know, any of the other stances, right? You think the idea is you use this when you have some source of advantage, so you get the benefits and attack normally? Like, then that just seems like, if the thing is only meant to be used while you have advantage on an attack roll, like, is that only use this thing if you can negate the disadvantage that would be inflicted by you? That sounds like just extra steps. Yeah. Free as long as you did the reaction. I just don't think it's necessary. I like the bonus action here, honestly. I really do. Because you're switching and choosing between these benefits. I don't think there's a big problem, and there's not really a whole lot that the Runekeeper wants to do as a bonus action on their turn. So this being open up to that, like, choice, right? I kind of don't mind it. Now, are you going to, like, dual wield as a Runekeeper? Maybe, but, like, there's shield runes in here that I think are really good. Like, sure, the options available for you to, you know, dual wield and do all this stuff, but, like, you're still offered a lot of defensive ability in here that, like, I don't think you're going to have a real hard time dual wielding with it, is basically what I'm thinking. Protection stance is going to increase your overall damage output by a flat number. That's very good. I just don't think that the free action... I think the free action is going to eat up too much power budget on something that I'm already, like... I think it's okay. I think it's in an okay state. I just don't think... I don't think it doesn't need to have a cost. And you can say, yeah, the cost is the disadvantage or whatever, but, like... I don't know. I'm not here for it. I've talked on here in the past, like... There's certain design sensibilities of, like, Matt Mercer's that I don't totally agree with. Yeah, half of making a character is looking for something to do with a bonus action. You don't think Suffuse is supposed to have a Z? Where was that? You catch one live? Where is that? In its intro? Is that an S? Suffuse? Okay. So if in play people say the bonus action, like, if it gets out there in playtest and people are like, oh yeah, no, gee, I don't agree with ritual spells being cast as an action, absolutely not. Especially whenever those ritual spells last, until the thing is killed or whatever. Yeah, no. Yeah, so I think that this is fine. This is all going to be fine. Everything about the base class is totally okay. The thing I want to get to tonight is getting it to where the runes all have, the languages all have around at least 10 apiece. They all need to have they all need to have at least one for armor. They need to have at least one for weapon. They need to have at least one for ward and life. So those are the 4 that build off of additional runes that you have from the language, and they get their other wording for that, So I could do it to where like some other runes could build off of additional runes. I like where this is currently sitting, where you have the tree, like the skill tree, or not skill tree, but you have the tree of power that gets built off of these runes. And I like to just mess with these for now to see if people say, yes, this was cool and this was fun, cool, we don't really have to mess with it. Maybe later on introduce a different kind of rune to build off of it. Yeah, okay, so Mad says it right there. Mercer's stuff is great for narrative. Mercer is an awesome storyteller, but it's his design work that, it doesn't... It's always good enough until... Mercer stuff doesn't really get through the optimizer check. Like I was talking about it earlier, right? Where we try to look for a way to crunch it. Because with a little bit of crunch, a lot of his stuff starts to break real quick. Enjoyed the Blood Hunter, but never had any of the subclasses. The Blood Hunter, I like I've said, I don't have a problem with the Blood Hunter from a balance standpoint. It's like the new Blood Hunter, right? The old Blood Hunter had its problems. But the newer Blood Hunter I'm okay with. It's just a matter of and I've said why I don't allow it at my tables here on the channel before. It's all like Session 0 related stuff. Just the narrative that the character, the class evokes, involves a lot of self-harm. And there's people that I play with at my table who, by the way, I've asked them and they were like, yeah, it's okay, just don't mention names or whatever. But there's people that I play with at my tables very often that have overcome self-harm, and they would just rather not really bring it up as a topic. So that's one of those Session 0 things that I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna get it. We're just not gonna bring that up. It's just, yeah. And some people say, well, you can narrate it differently, it's a ritual or whatever, but all the artwork for that thing depicts guys cutting their arms open and stuff, and yeah. Yeah, the mutagen just suffered from the mutagen suffered from trying to introduce a lot of downsides, and one of the things I learned from Ross is that 5e isn't a system that should be really designed around the idea of downsides. If you are taking something on, you're getting a feature that is going to allow you to do a thing, and if it allows you to do the thing but at the cost of XYZ thing, it's usually a little tough to do that. Some people have managed to pull it off, right? Ross did it with his Odic. I think that the new Blood Hunter does it fairly well, but the mutagen was a little too much downside tracking. And I think the amount of downside that thing had didn't really justify the okay power it was getting, you know? Yeah, I'm a ritual light my sword on fire hunter, not a... Yeah, I mean, you know, I have, I don't have a problem with it in terms of a balance side or anything like that. It's just, there's a certain narrative that it evokes that my table isn't really 100% down for. Okay, bow, weapon, I need to pull a... That needs to say AC. Okay, so the big question is, what do I need to get put onto this class to get it to where it's good to, you know, publish? I mentioned earlier I need to get some of the, oh yeah, and then Dean Spencer's artwork to make people know exactly what this thing is supposed to do. I need to get the base level of like what the weapon runes are for each of the different languages, make it to where they each get weapon, armor, a magic kind of a list, and then they can also get a ward. The ward is like what I think of as protection, like protection against a condition or certain spells. The armor is usually going to be a +1 to your AC, as well as some kind of possible damage reduction or like utility based improvement into how the armor is going to function. The weapon runes are similar, a improvement on how the thing functions, as well as a +1 bonus to AC that you know, goes up with you. And then the spells all have a pretty clear scaffolding. Everybody that's seen and contributed to some of the spells, it all seems to make sense. Dwarvish is probably the furthest along out of all of them. The wording that, or the share its translation. I think the additional isn't necessary there. +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Boom. There's no such thing as an inherently unsafe narrative. That's the whole point of content tools. It allows everyone to adjust to their own comfort levels. Having objectionable content isn't isn't an inherently disqualifying thing. What is safe for some is unsafe for others, and vice versa. Well, and it's also like the Runekeeper just doesn't really. The Blood Hunter. It doesn't really. I don't think it does anything that couldn't have been done as a Ranger subclass. And I think Matt Mercer even said, like, it started out as a Ranger subclass, you know. I don't think that the Blood Hunter really passes that check, right? Of, like, I have this idea for a class. Now, is it possible for me to do this as a subclass rather than a full class? You know, do I really need to build out an entire full class? The Druid Circle of the Drone Strike was the funniest thing he read in my Discord. Oh, God. Okay, that's how I need to go through. All the weapon runes need to get the additional rune. Why is copy paste not work? Oh. Hang on, sorry. I know what's happening here. Copy paste isn't working because Adobe Acrobat, for whatever reason, Yeah, there we go. For whatever reason, it takes over your clipboard. So, like, if I copy something over here while I have Adobe Acrobat open, it just doesn't work. Like, my clipboard just will not copy paste. And it's so weird. You think you're with Ross and the Blood Hunter means its own class prerequisites? And I know Ross likes the Blood Hunter. I don't see it quite yet. I haven't been super convinced just yet. Okay, so this needs to be... Okay. This is just a really nice bonus there. It's why Ross can make a samurai class while the samurai subclass for fighter exists. Mechanical depth. Well, so there's times where I think like it doesn't make sense, or there's times where I think that like the option needs to be expanded out. You know, is it possible for you to make a samurai using just the base like rules of the game? Sure, but some people's idea of the fiction of a samurai isn't completely met by what the samurai does, like the samurai fighter. The samurai fighter, as it currently sits, is an anime swordsman. Like that's what it does. 1d8 damage on a hit. I think that's okay. It's okay at what it does, right? But that's like, some people want something that's a little bit more in depth than the samurai just being the guy that's going to, you know, throw out 8 different attacks in a turn. Some people like the idea of a samurai playing more into the classic thematic of like the wise warrior, some of them can be like Ronin, and like there are different archetypes for like the fiction of a samurai, the lore of samurais, but like I think that like, and this is another reason why I don't allow for the magus, I don't allow for the Eldritch Knight, but I allow for the magus at my tables, because I think what Benjamin did was show that the Eldritch Knight was a bit too robust of a concept to be pinned down to a subclass. You think the Blood Hunter is on the edge, no pun intended, of being its own class? If there was no Ranger and some features from Ranger were included in Blood Hunter, then I think it could be a legit class. Sure. Another thing that this is such a weird stickler for me. Let me show you. If I look at all the classes for D&D, like, okay, classes: Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. One word. It's a one-word title, right? And I like that. And then suddenly you have Blood Hunter. And I don't know that the name communicates a lot about it. I don't know that name really gets across, like, I am a ritual martialist, you know? I am I'm kind of like an occult martialist character. You know, I don't think that the name is all that strong or like evocative, really. It might be cool to see like what he could do to reduce it down to like a one-word thing, you know, like the Sanguinist, or I don't know what to, you know, what's the fiction, you know? Well, Witcher is trademarked. Well, the Blood Hunter's not. Oh god, yeah. I guess, but like you could get into a Jaeger, sure, like, something, right? Something. The occult, yeah. I mean, I guess you could just. No, that. I was gonna be like, I guess you could call it the Edgelord, but I was like, nah, that's mean. It's not like there's some people love that edge, you know. It's just not for me. It never feels like the characters that it creates are the kinds of ones that I get really invested in, you know. And sure, like my players are the ones that really need to get invested into their characters, but like if the narrative is just going to be like I cut myself and then my sword lights on fire, like I guess that's is that cool? Sure. I don't know, man. It's just not for me. Okay, this is actually a good litmus test, actually, for what the scaffolding... Okay, if my scaffolding is going to hold up. Okay, so, the scaffolding I built into it. Rune Knight gets some of these runes. Let's see here, 7th level. Okay, 7th level. Which would mean that you have 2 other runes inscribed. Boom. Boom! If I do that, how's my Rune Knight looking? Seventh. 2 other runes inscribed. That would mean it would nerf. It would give them the nerf I think that they need. Make it where you can't get that level of power until about 9th level. Yep, this is gonna work. Yeah, that cuts down on that. That's actually okay. I really like this. So let's build into that. If it says 5th level, I can say 2 additional giant runes inscribed. 2 additional inscribed giant runes. Or I guess let's just say 2 other giant runes inscribed. Yeah, there's all kinds of meme subclasses out there. Like, there were, wait, what? Vegan fan, what? It's not too late to be vegan. Every day is a new beginning. You can feel better, you can feel prouder, you can try... What? Well... What? I'm just kind of taken aback. What? That's a weird bot. If that's a bot, if not, okay. Well, thank you for your message. I don't know. You know, maybe if those bots actually super chatted, I wouldn't mind them as much. Yeah, right? If that's a bot, that, yeah, like, is someone really botting out to where, wait, was Hill Runes 7th level or higher? Okay, so that one needs to be 3 runes. Or 2 runes. You think they're called rules lawyers? I know, like, considering most of the other bots just post, like, links to porn and malware, that was pleasant. Well, vegan fan, I wish you luck. Oh, man. Okay. So, working on this. I don't think it needs to require attunement. We can take that out. Actually, I think we can take all that out. Okay, Now, one of the things that might not be too fun, and we'll see how that goes, is that some of the prerequisites are specifying you must build into this specific like runic language, and I don't know whether or not that's going to be super cool or not. We'll see in play. It could be that like maybe one of the features says like for the Runekeeper, the only prerequisites that are really required are the count of runes, not the specific runic language. Maybe. This can be... that... What was Ild in... Because I took Fire Rune apart. Yeah, because I took that for the Dwarf and I took this for Infernal. Because it's just like, this felt way more Infernal than Giant to me. So, Fire. Because this is all fine. Oh, that's right, because I pulled it from the Ild Rune. The Ild Rune in Storm King's Thunder. There we go. There we go. For 1 minute, okay. You just found an Ace Attorney class might be possible with some reflavoring. So the classes there's so many classes I want to make happen, but like, oh man, if I could go full-time design work, then like, oh man, there's so many other classes I could really see myself trying to make happen. One of the ones that I want to pick back up that I put down because I started, teaching was my Sovereign. The Sovereign, playing into the idea of what it would mean to play like a princess in D&D, or a just a member of nobility, right? But the classic fiction of it was going to be like, I want to play a fairy tale princess. All right, what is that class going to be? What is that going to be like? And I started in on that. Some of you all might remember, like, sometime, I think early last year. Or no, it was like during the summer. I went so far as to, like, commissioning artwork for that. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I got pretty far into working on this thing. But man, life just I still want to make this class happen because I think that it's like there can be a lot of really cool stuff you can do with that. Martial support, I guess it was gonna be that. Again, like me with all these damn support classes. You know what? No, the Runekeeper is my really big gish. This is me stepping away from doing all the martials or all the support stuff, right? I think people are gonna see this and they're gonna see, oh, okay, it's like Paladin Gishy, right? Like, cool, all right. Not, oh, well, here's Terran with another fucking support class. It can be that, right? Like, you can do that with this. But yeah. You had a question, can the Goblin subclass be called Guliak because the others have a... It bothered me, right? Is that a thing, Gukliak? Is that canon? I am super fine with that if that's canon. Because I thought about that too, right? It bothered me as well that Goblin was named Goblin and it learned Goblin runes and, Gukliak? Let me check. That is a thing? That is a thing. That is a thing. Spencer. Okay. Yes. I am the Gookliak Rune Keeper. But I like how goofy this thing is, and Gookliak is just so... Oh, man. Yes. It 100% can be that. Gookliak. Okay. Good suggestion. Very good suggestion. Might be copywritten. That's why we use the DM's Guild license. Yeah, this is another thing why I can't publish it off the guild. Because I can't publish it OGL because I'm using a lot of Forgotten Realms stuff. So, yeah, it's copywritten, but the community content agreement on the DM's Guild allows me to use any Forgotten Realms stuff I want to. Talking about subclasses, you love Ross's Justicar, but you don't think it's what a lawyer should be. So Ross has said that he is going to be redoing the Justicar. He's doing a remaster. Yeah, cheating. Okay, cool. So Ross got back on that. Ross has said that he's going to be redoing the Justicar in a way that isn't so, like, what it is right now. He's working on the narrative of the class for his remaster. Okay, so Ross said, and this is about the stance switching thing, where some people were asking earlier if it should be switched over into a free action. He says, unless you're fully prepared to factor that into power budget, it should be a bonus action, because cheating action economy is enormously powerful. Yep. Yes. If you're doing that switch for versatility, like the flexibility that offers is so strong. And Ross agrees that it should be a bonus action. So if I'm keeping the stance yeah, and we also do different things with our stances. Yeah, why wouldn't you always be in that stance? That was kind of my thought. I can see the disadvantage, but yes, but you can easily counteract it with reckless attack. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Ross's stuff is over there in the Discord. Ross's, if you're interested in the discussion about why, the stuff needs to be a bonus action, even though it was just like basically turning off or on a light switch, go check out Ross's discussion over in the Runekeeper channel in my Discord. You've been wanting to design something that blends bardic themes with a more martial half-caster style class. It's not playtested yet, but I'm making progress. What's the class called? It would be more appropriate to call it Booyah Booyah Booyah. Yeah, he's all of Ross's remasters are what he's working on as soon as UAH gets done. And they are not super far out. They're in the middle of layout right now. Which they'll get through it real quick. That I would, without asking them directly, just from what I've heard about it, I would say that UAH is probably, my estimation is I'd say that book is probably going to be out by I would say if they're in layout right now, probably by March. March or April. And what I want to do is, once I get done with this, the Rune Keeper, I want to see if the merchant pushes it to platinum, which it's getting very damn close. If the merchant goes platinum, then I'm gonna pursue getting the merchant dancer and Rune Keeper all in a print package. Because between the Rune Keeper, the dancer, and the merchant, I think I have around or just over 100 pages of content. And it could be cool to do like soft cover print. Yeah, I'm pretty freaking stoked to see what happens for UAH. You're thinking about calling it the Troubadour, but you're not sure whether that's very original, honestly. I want so bad for music to have a cooler narrative for Magic and D&D than what we have for the Bard. And there's another, I've shouted this one out before, but I'll do it here again. Galdur's Gazetteer did a Spellless Bard that is all based around like performing songs, and that's how like they do the support thing. And from what I've seen in that thing, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty solid. I want to do a more thorough kind of look at that one, but like, I just don't really like that music as a mechanic is reduced down to like a tool proficiency, and then you get to be the class that can pull from other classes, like from their spell list, right? Yeah, Bard's narrative overall just isn't my favorite thing in the world. Hey, Blue Thumbnail, welcome back. You wish there was a good summoner homebrew somewhere. I think Benjamin made a summoner. Did it get out of playtest? Yeah, Benjamin made one. I had it at my table for a pretty short time, but that campaign had to wrap up. Yeah, so Benjamin's only goes to 10th level from what I can tell. But you can go get this over on his website. If you're interested to see what some people have done with this, like, I mean, Benjamin is one of the best in the, like, homebrew scene. Like, yeah, Benjamin is top tier. So, I had this play tested. The player got it. Like, the player knew what to do with it. But we just didn't really get super far into it. So, this is over, like I said, over on Benjamin's website. You can see this playtest of what is this summoner really, realistically? This is Yuna from Final Fantasy X, which a lot of people really want, right? I want to be able to summon this thing, and this thing is my companion. This is like the arcane companion class right here. Yeah, so you can go check this out over on Benjamin's website. I'm curious to see what he would have done beyond 10th level. Yeah, there's so much of this that it's like, it's so clearly pulling from a lot of the Final Fantasy lore. Yeah, he did the Magus. You need to see the Gazetteer? I mean, I'm sure Ricky's fine with me showing the... Hang on. This will be just a quick little thing. I have purchased it. Where can I download the PDF? I have purchased it. Yeah, where can I get Where do I get my PDF? Do I have to... Let me get this downloaded real quick. No, that's OBS, not One Bookshelf. Where is... I had their downloader at one point. Oh, there it was. Drive through. There you are. Cool. One sec. Let me pull this over here. What? Galder's... Why can I not download this? My library? Is there some reason that PDF isn't available? Weird. Why can't I download the PDF for that? I'm gonna message because Zip should probably know that I can't get the PDF right now. Oh wow, Michael Collin just tagged me in. Oh, okay, you must be in stream. Hey Michael, how you doing? You're pivoting for the next iteration and hopefully get this. Oh, okay, cool. So Benjamin is going to be doing more work on the summoner later. Hang on, I'm gonna send Zipper on Disney message real quick because he should probably know that people can't access the PDF. Okay. Did he mention something? No? I wonder what's going on with that. What am I was trying to see if I was trying to see if I couldn't get Galder's Gazetteer to download because some people are asking about the Spellless Bard that they have over there. I've never actually been able to run it at my tables just yet. But it was, some people are curious about what like music and magic could be for a bard, right? An alternate bard that wasn't like all about spells. So I said that they did one over in Galder's, which I have like 2 physical copies of in here, because there's a lot of cool ideas that they had for that book that but I can't get my PDF to download over on drive-thru. So I just messaged Zephyron to let him know, like, hey, I'm having issues with the download over there. Because they might be doing an update. I mean, and that happens. You know, you update a PDF, and then for whatever reason, Drive-Thru RPG or the DM's Guild is just like, oh, we don't know what happened. We can't locate the PDF for this thing anymore. So, that stuff happens. But the Magus Final Fantasy guys? Yeah, his summoner. I think he might be a little bit behind in the video. But, yeah, so Benjamin will be working on one in the future. But his summoner was doing a good job at the, like, I'm going to create this creature. I'm going to call forth this creature that is like a representation of some certain, I don't know, maybe it's like a demigod, or it's just a spirit of some kind, right? And this creature is going to stay with me and fight with me in battle, very much like what Yuna could do in Final Fantasy X. And I think that Yuna kind of set the standard for what people wanted as a summon. Because, I mean, Yuna's summons are like a big reason why Final Fantasy X is widely viewed. I mean, I might be biased a little bit because I grew up with Final Fantasy VII, but like, I think that if you were to put the two up against each other, in terms of their story, Final Fantasy X, I mean, is it heresy really to say that you think that Final Fantasy X's story might be a little bit better than Final Fantasy VII's? Like, it's pretty damn good. I think that I will say, I don't know about the stories, but the ending for 10 is way, way stronger than Final Fantasy VII's ending. I don't think anyone can really fight against that. Final Fantasy X's ending is one of the first gut punches in any video game, like, that I can really remember. I had never literally, I don't think there's been a video game since then also that has actually made me cry. Final Fantasy X, ooh, buddy, that ending, oh, that got me. That got me hard. Cause like, you really feel like you're watching, you know, I don't wanna spoil anything here, right? But you do definitely feel like you are getting, you feel a lot more like buddy with the cast of 10 than you do with 7, right? 7, a lot of cool characters. 7 had like, we've got the characters that are like, I want to be that dude, that's cool. And Final Fantasy X was like, no, these are your friends. and there's that, they're all human, you know? They all have flaws that are very apparent. There's a lot of character growth and like just depth in Final Fantasy X. And you watch them grow, and then Jesus Christ, that ending, oh my God, wow. You don't think it's heresy? It's heresy 10 doesn't get more love though? Like, it seems like here recently, I don't know why, but Final Fantasy X's been getting a lot more attention, at least on like YouTube. I started another playthrough of it like a month ago because Amanda was like, okay, well, let's play through some of your old favorite games. And I just started up 10 because it was like on my Switch. And I'm like, yeah, man, this game still holds up. It's still so good. The battles, like, if you're trying to find a Final Fantasy to get into that isn't super complicated, Final Fantasy X is pretty easy to just jump into and like, yeah, I get it. Magic system, everything makes sense, right? It definitely makes a lot more sense than Final Fantasy VIII's. Like 7 with the materia, it is such a cool system, and probably my pick for like the best magic system in any video game. Yeah, I'll go that far. I will go so far as to say that Final Fantasy VII's magic system is the best magic system, like materia, for any video game I've ever seen. Probably only being rivaled by the core concept of color-based magic in Final Fantasy, like the series, right? We have a black mage, a white mage, we have a red mage, whatever. That identity is super cool, but it's the identity itself that's really cool. 7, though, with materia, if we're talking about like understanding the magic system and what that means, it is one of the best in any piece of fiction ever written. Materia is so damn cool. Titus's pants. 10 is great gameplay, writing and dialogue is still shit that aged like yogurt. It had its cringe moments, and like, I think going back through, I definitely noticed that Final Fantasy X's dialogue and pacing of its dialogue is like not great, but that story is so strong. Like, man, I remember, like, okay, I think out of the entire cast, the only one that I feel is a little bit like kind of on the weak side in terms of how well they were fleshed out is probably Kamari. Auron is, oh man, Auron's story, Dude. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna say that. Final Fantasy X was like... maybe it was like just one of those big, like, my first big introduction to how a video game can really plot twist you in the same way that a story... Like, I think that Final Fantasy X did a lot for me in terms of shaping how, like, I view video game narrative, right? Like, oh man, 10 story is just, yeah, God tier. Oh, cool. Yes, okay, Zip's aware that there's an issue with the PDF, and he just emailed me the old version. Cool. One sec, let me get this pulled up. Because I had the PDF on my computer before the crash. I wonder where you emailed that. There he is. Download anyway. Okay. I need to... Can I open that with the system viewer? Oh, undo. Okay, cool. Thank you so much to Zip for sending me the PDF of this. I'll show you guys this preview real quick, and I'm going to let the dogs out, and I'll be back in like 10 minutes after that. Okay. So yeah, this is Galdur's Gazette here. It's over on Drive-Thru RPG. Not the DM's Guild, Drive-Thru RPG. Oh, we gotta talk about your bookmarks. Oh, Zip, we gotta talk about your bookmarks. Maybe that's what he's fixing this weekend. The layout work on this is really good. Really, really good. Okay, so it's not spellless, but it's a half-caster, which I'm okay with that. So here they have their bardic performance, right? So it removes Jack of all trades, Song of Rest, and Counter Charm, but you get these variant features. So you have mastered magically influencing others through oration, music, or exceptional performance. You know 2 such performances, Call to Battle, and 1 other of your choice. Your performance options are detailed at the end of this class description. You gain additional performances of your choice at 3rd, 7th, and 14th level. Additionally, when you gain a level in this class, you can choose one of the performances you know and replace it with another performance that you can learn at that level. To start one of these magical performances, you use an action on your turn to speak, dance, or play an instrument. You must continue performing on each of your turns to maintain the performance. No action required. You can switch to a different performance you know as an action on your turn. A creature must be able to see or hear you to be affected by this performance. A creature can only be affected by 1 performance at a time. If 2 or more bards try to affect the same creature, the creature is affected by neither. I love that, like, the idea of, like, a cacophony of just insanity is what prevents you from, like, like, oh, man, I think that's pretty funny. The entire performance, whether composed of 1 performance or several, has a possible duration of 10 minutes. It ends early if you're incapacitated or silenced. If a spell cast with your bardic performance has an ongoing duration, it ends when your performance ends. And once it ends, you can't use it again until you rest for at least 10 minutes. Okay, I like the minute-based kind of refreshing. The more and more we're getting away from short rest refresh, the more I'm starting to actually like this kind of a wording. And I'll show you guys a way that I'm kind of trying to incorporate this a bit. Like, anyways, let me get back into this. So, the performances. You don't get a lot of features with this bard. You're foregoing getting quite a bit with this bard, right? Like, you still get... Okay, so we're still getting magical secrets at 10th. Are we still getting magic secrets at 10th? Second level instead of first. Okay, but I guess you get everything else. Okay. But these are like... These are performances that are supposed to emulate the idea of like... you know, the if you're a horn user in Monster Hunter, right? This feels very much like that, where you are playing music, or you are dancing, or you are, you know, doing something that is providing a passive, or that is providing a buff, right? Or doing an effect, right? So I think that this is like, if you're trying to go with a spell, like a non-spell focused bard, this is probably the way to go. I like a lot of what they're trying to do with this. I think this is actually pretty cool. I haven't ever had this actually tested at my tables. I know that Kibbles... Who all worked on this one? Kibbles... Kibbles, Ukulele... I think Treant Monk actually did a little bit of work on this one as well. So, like, I know that the people that worked on this have good design sensibilities. I think it would be worth it, like, if you're interested in that, allowing this to kind of substitute for Bard at your table, if you think that this might be a cooler narrative for what Bard could be, rather than just, I'm the guy that can go in and snag spells from everybody else. I guess if you're allowing the alternate features, it can still do that with magical secrets here, but the good thing is that because the magical secrets would have to be of a level for which you have spell slots, it nerfs that, because they're reduced to only 5th level, and I like that. I actually think that that's a really good change right there. You being able to go over and pick up Wish with Bard, like... Wish is so big. Wish is so huge. And I don't think that the Bard should be able to get that. Like, if spell list exclusivity is supposed to be a thing that, like, determines Wizards' like, general power, then I think that Magical Secrets is probably too good to give to a Bard if they're able to get 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level spells. Yeah, like, yeah. It makes you feel like a chanter from Pillars of Eternity. So have you played this one? Hey, John Zambrano, welcome. You're here and you're ready. You're ready to like this stream with a Power Gotten anime on your side. I think Bard may have been a half caster in previous editions, but like 5e is the first system that I've really studied, so I don't know for sure. But I like this. I like the this Bard is weaker in terms of like the Magical Secrets thing, which Magical Secrets probably was worth a nerf. I think that that's fair. Here at 10th, ooh, like, I guess Lore Bard still works out for that. The best secrets were Paladin and Ranger spells. Yeah, and I think that might even be a stronger reason to say that it probably deserved this kind of a nerf. Because, like, you being able to go over and snag some of those spells on a class that had full casting progression kind of defeats the purpose of why those spells were limited originally to Paladin and Ranger, you know? I think that Magical Secrets may probably be too good of a feature to put on a full caster. Maybe. Like, you know, hey, you guys like my channel because you like hearing my opinions on, you know, design and whatnot. That's something I'm thinking. I think that they actually made a lot of smart decisions with this variant Bard here. Yeah, I praise a lot of what they were doing here in Galders. I think they made some very good, reasonable, and mature decisions about their design stuff in this. Yeah, so I like it. You should go check it out. It goes to a good cause. Is it St. Jude's or it's like a... Where was it? Yeah. 100% of the proceeds from the sales of this book are donated to the Cancer Research Institute, and it was all inspired by I think it was a kid who was playing D&D, who I think unfortunately passed, and that's what led Zip to leading up this whole project. And yeah, so if you want to go check this book out, it's over on Drive-Thru RPG. Your money's going to go towards a good cause. Like, yeah, this is... I think that a lot of the design sensibilities that went into this book, this whole project, it's worth it. You're not just, you know, you're getting good material out of your cash, not just, you know, you're donating the money, right? Yes, feel goods for donating your money, good stuff. But it's also cool to have a perk on top of that, you know? Anyways, so, I am going to take a real quick break, let the dogs out, and refresh my coffee, all that good business. I'm going to come back, we're going to get back onto the runes, and we will hopefully be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for publishing this damn class. So, anyways, I will be right back, and you guys don't go anywhere, or go somewhere to get food, come back, hang out, all that good business. See you guys here in a second. let's get back at it. Okay. Oh. Oh, man. So what this thing needs is entry level. All of the different languages need something that you can get at first level that like shows pretty clearly, okay, I can step in and this is going to keep me relevant. Like here, I get to do I get to inscribe something onto a weapon that I get to use, and it's going to feel unique. Or if I want to make a blaster or a spellcaster, I get my, like, well, because some people have asked me why like some of the stuff doesn't get cantrips. If you were able to get a cantrip through each of these, right, like a rune here, whatever, it might allow you to get way too many cantrips, which I want to avoid. Trek, hey, how's it going? Comment allez-vous? But maybe 10 minutes before you collapse the bed. Well, hey, happy to have you in here for the time that you're here. So I don't know that like cantrips are the way to go. Where like maybe a cantrip should allow you to get, or maybe a rune should allow you to get a cantrip, but like I worry about the ability for you to get a ton of cantrips. I guess you're gonna forgo, like, you would forgo you would forgo getting some of the other benefits, right? Some of these other runes that are super good. So like the option of I can take a bunch of runes that are gonna give me cantrips, or I can take some runes that are gonna give me a bunch of different like weapon bonuses. I don't think that if I went with the cantrip thing, I don't think that there should be more than 2 cantrips per language. Because you want to build into the weapons, and if you diversify and you get a bunch of these cantrips from other languages, then you're going to lose out on some of the power of your like weapon improvements. Well, I guess if it shares its language, it's fine. You miss out on some of the weapon improvements because you're getting a bunch of these cantrip ones, which might be a good thing to do for some of these specialized words, like plague. If that gave you infestation, it can't give you that on top of all this stuff. Even though, like, yeah, maybe, yeah, Mads, yeah, like, where you get the cantrip, and then, like, the invoked effect is maybe a spell. Maybe a spell. I didn't see the thing where Ed Green, yeah, it confirmed that Yeti runes are a thing. Yeah, that, interesting. Just make a Yeti subclass. Which, like, you know, hey, what does Heavy say? If it makes you laugh, it's probably the right decision, right? Maybe later on down the line, that could be a thing. Well, like, I mean, that would be kind of cool, right? For, if I had finished the Runekeeper before Legends of Frozenfar, maybe it would have been fun to expand out and do, like, you can learn Yeti runes for some reason. Whatever. Funny. Okay. Maybe the cantrip thing. Let me make sure. So I want to make sure all the weapons use the same wording for their additional rune stuff. Every 3 celestial runes that you have inscribed. Okay, so the power in this is that you have to focus on this runic language to improve it. And it doesn't do weapon. And I think that that's better. Because you're going to have to focus in on this one. I don't like I'm starting to not like the narrative of I can get a whole bunch of weapon runes, and these weapon runes will these weapon runes are going to improve all the weapon runes I pick up. I do like the idea of you have to specialize in the runic language to get the bonus. You know what I mean? You can diversify, and like I don't want to hinder that. I don't want to hinder the character expression. You've forgotten it was the 28th and see. Hey, happy birthday, Hornet Techo. Wait. Hold up. Happy birthday to you. Oh wait, I'm sure that sounds terrible with the background music. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Hornet Techo. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday. Don't get coffee struck. Can you wait? Can you get claimed for happy birthday? That'd be super funny. Too late, yeah. Was not expecting this. My streams are random. I don't know where the hell they're gonna wind up. Actually, no, that's a weird piece of music trivia. I do think someone owns the rights to Happy Birthday the song. I think that's a weird piece of music trivia. I think someone technically does. It's in the public domain in Europe. Yeah, there's actually some legal like hang up about who owns the right to Happy Birthday. Is it really Michael Wait, what? It says Warner Chappell. Yeah, there's other similar lawsuits. I know this is probably super tiny for you guys, but no, there's actually like there's some interesting like legal stuff that went on around the Happy Birthday, whether or not it's technically copywritten, because someone actually did compose the song at one point for a thing. Good morning to you, good morning to you. Yeah. So is Michael Jackson actually listed anywhere in here? No, okay. I wonder who actually does own it now. It just says Warner Chappell. But anyways, yeah, a lot of people thought that like Happy Birthday is in the public domain, and I don't think it technically is. But hey, if I get copyright strict, don't worry about it. It was funny. It was good for a bit. Anyways, yeah, happy birthday, Hornet Techo. So there's a feature. I didn't know Futurama had a version of it. So I wonder if it should require that it comes from this rune's runic language. Or should it just say And well, what that would do is make it to where you have to keep inscribing like this or the other rune. But then I definitely need to make sure that like you have the 10 or more, like 10 to 15. The only trivia you know is about the song that doesn't have a single verb in it. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to... Weird. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, unpause the stream music. Thank you, awesome soul. No, I think you're right. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. I think you're right. I don't think it does have a verb in it. Weird. Huh. How fun. Okay. So every 3 celestial runes you have inscribed. Light shed by this weapon. Okay. I think that's fine. So you're going to have to specialize in this rune, or in this rune's runic language to get this. I think that's okay. Oh wait, abyssal. Yeah, I don't think... Maybe that. That's cleaner, kind of. Okay. Well, and I'm actually okay with that, Spencer. I think that that's fine. Like, you can get 2 of these weapons, and the weapons can be +2. Like, I think that's okay. I think that should be fine. You being able to get, like, 3 weapons that can be, like, +2, +3 or something, like, that might be kind of cool, right? Like, I think that might be okay. Oh, Axiom Delver, hey, thank you so much for the 25 PLN. Thanks for the stream and showing off. Galder's got to rework my homebrew. Hey, it was great to have you. Thanks so much for the super chat. Okay. Hang on one sec. Let me blow my nose. So I actually feel a lot safer about that, which is making me think that this is probably the right way to go with that. Abyssal runes you have inscribed. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I think that's the way to go with it. I don't know that it should key off of, like, other weapon runes, all that stuff. I think that's the safer decision, because you're going to have to specialize in that rune's runic language to get the other stuff. And if like runes worked with other runes of another language, so you could just like keep stacking weapon, 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 and eventually get there. I don't think that that's really the right way to go with it. Yeah, I don't know that that's really the right way to go with it. And I feel better seeing this now. Okay, let me copy this and then kind of do some work pasting this around. I know this might be a little bit boring, so feel free to ask me whatever, and I'll try to give some answers. Oh, minute-based recharges. Hang on, I mentioned this a second ago, and I want to be sure I don't miss out on that. The weapon's reach increases by an additional 5 feet. Oh, come on, don't give me that orphan. Plus 2 bonus or higher. Is there any way? There we go. Okay. That'll get rid of that orphan. And that actually cleans this up too. So, boom. That is nice, simple, clean. Good. The exchange rate on that is a big... Oh. Is PLN Polish? Oh, yeah. I appreciate the donation, but I really hope that didn't... Oh, man. Well, I appreciate the 25 PLN. Appreciate the sponsorship. But yes, that's another thing I wish it was a little bit more transparent about, like, exchange rates, like how, oh man, yeah, I really hope that a 25 PLN doesn't hurt as bad as $25 over here. Losing out on 20 bucks of that is gonna hurt, yeah. But I appreciate it. Okay. So, let me talk about the way I am trying to do recharging as a class feature, as a character option feature. Okay, so recharge mechanics in D&D are, at the start of your turn you get to roll a dice, and if it rolls a 6, this thing recharges, right? So here with Frar, this is the way that I think people would be much happier with Dragon Breath working. If you get a Dragon Breath attack as a player character, what I think we would be way happier with Dragon's Breath doing is if that thing could recharge for you. I think that's what players would like for that narrative tie, right? The dragons get to do this. I wish I could get to do that. So I came up with Frar. When the creature attuned to Frar takes the attack action, they can replace one of the attacks with an exhalation of draconic energy in either a 15-foot cone or a 30-foot line that is 5 feet wide, their choice. Choose a damage type: acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. Each creature in that area must make a dexterity saving throw against your runic save DC, taking 1d10 damage of the chosen type on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Afterwards, the creature rolls a d6 at the start of each of its turns. This attack is unavailable for 1 minute unless a 6 is rolled on the d6, which immediately recharges the breath attack. With additional runes, it scales up in damage, and if you have 2 draconic runes, if you have 5 draconic runes inscribed, it recharges on a roll of 5 or 6. Now, what you can do with this is you can invoke the rune as a bonus action and instantly recharge the breath attack. So if they've used it a lot and they're like, oh crap, I'm not doing it, you just bonus action, boom, recharge the breath attack. This feels really cool. Like, this to me feels like that's what we would want out of the, like, dragon breath attack. Wait, is it Spotify thing not right? Stream widget? What? No, what happened? Well, just type ! Song if you're interested in finding out the song name. I don't know what just happened with my widget, but it just crashed. So, this is really good. And I think that it's okay to tie it into a recharge based off of your... if I use a runic charge and reignite this thing again, and they can do another attack that deals like 4d10 damage, whatever, in a cone. That is good. That is quite good. And I'm debating as to whether or not that needs to be a little bit more expensive for like the recharge, because not the recharge but the invoking effect, because this is an area effect that you get to do this in. However, Dragonborn can do this, like, what is it, a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So like 3, 5, 6, you can only ever get 10 runic charges. You can do this once, twice, 3 times. Okay, so scaling off of that, you can do it 6 times. I think that if it was like runic charges, like maybe 4 runic charges, then like they can do this 3 times. We reduce it down to 3, they can do it up to 3 times. We reduce it down to 2, they can do this up to 5 times, plus this one, plus the recharge. I think it needs boom. That means this is going to scale up with you naturally. Every 4 levels you can do this an additional time if you're just focusing your runic charges on this one thing. I think that's very fair. This is going to feel a lot like proficiency bonus scaling right here. You won't be able to do this anymore without the recharge than a Dragonborn could. But if you inscribe this with a Dragonborn, they do get the flexibility here. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. They choose a damage type. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw. 1d10. I think that this is actually pretty fair. This is going to feel like kind of cantrip level power up here, and then you can keep refreshing it if you choose to with the... Yeah, I think that that's actually very fair with the runic charges. So you only get a number of runic charges equal to half your Runekeeper level. You think it works pretty well? It's good too, because it means that even if you can't invoke it anymore, it doesn't mean that the passive is now useless. Yeah, it'll come back after a minute, right? For sure it comes back after a minute. So this is what I mean by, like, if they're moving away from short rest refresh and they're moving into the direction of like minute-based refreshes, then I think that this is going to be, like, I'm kind of okay with that in theory. Like a super short rest, you know? Aw, shucks. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So I like this idea for my Dragon Knight can now go over and get a breath weapon attack. They're gonna have to focus on it. You know, they're gonna have to get their a lot more draconic runes in order to get this thing to do more damage, which I really dig. Plus, I thought this was just funny, breath weapon. But I may move towards this counting as a weapon rune wording. But before I go further with that, hang on, let's pull this down here. Let me see how I can. Okay, so let's figure out how we can code this wording a little bit better. Damage, we don't need to say of the chosen type. Yeah. For every... This needs to say 2. Draconic runes you have inscribed. If this bonus is a +2 or higher. Have I played Heroes of Might and Magic? I have not. Is it a video game or is it a TTRPG? I think that feels very good. Like, that's all pretty short, condensed. You know what that's about. I think that's good right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This to me feels like this. I do feel like I kind of figured out recharge mechanics here. It's unavailable for a minute unless a 6 is rolled on the d6, which immediately recharges the breath attack. I think that that's okay. Computer game? They have... The dwarves have interesting rune mechanics. Let me see. I'm all here for inspiration. Wow, how many games are in this series? Oh wait, that's Warhammer. Okay. Let's see. Man, this website looks super old. Rune Lord is a combat ability exacted by the creatures themselves. A rune comes in the form of a static booster, and they have different effects and durations, just like spells. Hey, what do you know? Unlike spells, however, they are applied only by fortress creatures directly on themselves. Also dissimilar to spells. It's a kind of thick game series. Using a rune does not detract from a creature's... okay. This creature can use a rune and attack in the same turn. Is it like Age of Empires? They can soon... Oh, that's cool. They don't require mana, they use resources to cast. That's interesting. You have to literally, like, always come up with material components for it. Like, yeah, that's cool. Okay, so what do they have? Rune Lord. I'm glad to see that the lore tag is like kind of a through line we're seeing across like rune mechanics in video games and TTRPGs. Like there's like spell casting and then there's like rune lore. I think that's yeah. Not using resources greater rune for triple resource. Yeah, this right here should feel a lot like casual invocation. Previously be refreshed on a selected creature. Okay, tap runes. You gain mana from it. I thought about something like a refresh of spell slots for the wizard subclass, but like glyph casting was so far along that I thought this is what's going to feel really cool and unique on this wizard. Increases morale by +2 for 1 turn after rune casting. Defending heroes to use runes wasting no resources. What are some of the runes? Does it not show? So is it like they get to use magic that uses resources instead of like mana? And that's like the unique through line for their runes here. Blazing Anvil. To use runes. Okay. You have an internal kingdom building mechanic, and then you do overworld skirmishes with units you put into armies. All right, so it's like an RTS then. So yeah, then it is like then it would be like Age of Empires, right? Skills. Here's 5. I should probably check this one out. I mean, I'd be kind of down for an RTS. Because, like, I mean, Civ 6 has gotten... It's not that... I can always load up Civ 6 and have a pretty decent time. But, like, Civ 6 has definitely gotten to the point where, like, games are somehow starting to feel samey. And there's only so many times I can play, like, Eleanor's France and have a good time. I mean, she's got a crazy passive, but yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Combat's turn-based. Okay. I might be able to get more behind that than something like a StarCraft. Is there an idea of a rune that has something to do with basic inspiration? Not really. Inspiration is one of those, like, that is the ultimate DM fiat kind of mechanic, right? Like, I tried designing things that were like, you can refresh it if you have inspiration, you know? Which, like, you can't reliably count on a character having inspiration. You can't even reliably count on inspiration being a thing at the table, right? I know of a lot of DMs that just don't use inspiration because they just feel like, I have so many other things I want to track, you know, whatever. But I love using inspiration. Usually, I'll reward inspiration. Like, they say the good roleplay, but, like, I like the idea of someone comes up with an idea that's so good that, like, it makes me go, oh, I want to see that work for you real bad. And I think that's such a good idea. Like, literally, I think that's a good idea. I'm going to give you inspiration. You choose to use that here if you want, or save it up, whatever. But I really like that idea. You know, even if they're rolling with advantage or whatever, if the idea is that good and how they can overcome the situation, I'll give them the inspiration point. That sounds, oh, I like the narrative for that a little bit more. Because, like, yay, you roleplayed real good. Here's advantage on a thing of your choice. I don't have a problem with it in practice. It's just, I like thinking of... I like the narrative more of, you surprised me with an idea that I think is so good, I'm going to give you inspiration for that. That feels... oh, yeah. But the ickiness of it comes from, like, we just can't really design around it because we can't count on it, you know. We can't reliably count on DMs treating that the same way across every table. This 5th level needs to be... Uh-oh. This should probably... If this is going to be the armor rune... Yeah, get me on that. Yeah, it's... Let's say heavy. Heavy armor. Probably should require attunement because the item that this came from also required attunement. You choose when you inscribe the rune. You inscribe it on the armor. They're kind of stuck with that. I think that's okay. Would it be too busted to give a rune that would just give an inspiration point? Like, apparently not, because WotC did it with silvery barbs. And they felt like that was just like a 1st level and could also be attached to something else. Like, well, and that was for a duration of 1 minute. The creature gains advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes. Or of its choice. Like, that might not be bad. It might not be too bad. But, like, man, my, I mean, honestly, the thing for me is just that, like, the first effect of Silvery Barbs is so boring. Like, I don't... You can remove the second paragraph, that's fine. It's the first paragraph I think is, like, just... Oh, God, who cares? Like, who cares in terms of, like, narrative for it, right? Like, it's just so bland to me. Inspiration equals advantage. Others go inspiration equals reroll. Ooh. Yeah, I think if it was, like... how do I put it? Does that feel celestial? Because it feels... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Here's... Okay. Does it need to require attunement if it grants you a cantrip? Oh, creature holding. That needs to be like the only effect of it because guidance is just that good. Okay. And then... It's not too bad if you remove the super disadvantage that Silvery Barbs has. And you just do that second paragraph, then it feels fine. Okay. Paste this text. Ooh, sorry about that hiccup. This can be empowered by only one use of the spell at a time. Should that have required concentration? I mean, I don't want to, like, get into a whole Silvery Barbs talk again, because I'm just sick and tired of talking about that spell, but, like, because that's another thing that I've heard people say, is they think that it should require concentration. And, like, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. Like, you can do that, and it's not tied into that box you check on your character sheet, you know? This is just like, it gets advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within the duration. So 1 minute, or, yeah, 1 minute, right? And what this is this is an object that, like, you inscribe this thing, and the creature that just has it can cast the guidance cantrip. Is very good. Should it need extra charges? I don't think so. Maybe 2, but, like, I think that's actually pretty okay. You keep burning the... I mean, if you keep burning your runic charges to do this instead of some of the other stuff you can get, it's not bad. It's not bad. I think this might be okay. What's our celestial word for friend? We need some better translators. Like, yeah, we need more D&D, like, translators that aren't just, like, on Lingo Jam. Would it be a friend? Skek. Really? That's the celestial word for friend? I mean, Bolster was Pole Venus, so... Skek. That's not bad. You learn a rune, you get guidance, and then you can invoke it to get somebody, like, inspiration. That's not too bad. Amica? What, did I? I like Amica better because it sounds like amicable, you know? Oh, yeah, that's right. You are my bookkeeper. I'm fine with it. Yeah, I actually like Amica better than Skek. What if there was a chance you get disadvantage instead of inspiration? Like you're reading the bones and spell out fortune or misfortune? I like the quick, like, you know what this does? Bam. Like, oh, that's a short, sweet that's a short, sweet effect right there. And, like, additional runes, should it scale up? Guidance is already pretty good. And you can just pass this around so that other people can use guidance. Like, oh, that's good. How does it work with runic charges on your friend's equipment? You mean this? I mean, when you invoke... It doesn't really matter where the rune is inscribed. Once you invoke it, like, whenever you're using runic charges and stuff, you're just re-invoking it. What's my favorite cantrip? Ooh, What is my favorite cantrip? I would say... Wait a minute. Can we do a... Hang on. Did somebody do a... No way. How updated is this? Ooh. Alright, we're doing this now. Hang on. This is going to be a short and sweet. but it's material. This gives me content to clip. Alright. You all give me feedback too. Alright. Acid Splash. I've never used it. I've never seen a player use it. Acid damage is alright, I guess. If this had some more utility, other than like the DM fiat of like what acid, like this literal like magic acid does, then like, meh, could be pretty good. Actually, let me do something real quick. Let me block some of the Adobe stuff. There we go. Okay. Yes. Here we go. Acid Splash. Okay, so if this one wasn't restricted by like DM fiat of like what could it be if it had some more utility to it, I think Acid Splash could be pretty damn cool. Using it to like possibly reduce some AC or like attack and damage stuff. I think that Acid Splash could be kind of cool if it felt like it's a cantrip that feels a bit like the Rust Monster like effect, but it's just not all that super great. I think that Acid Splash, the damage type is kind of meh. It's not that a ton of creatures have resistance or immunity to this, it's just pretty forgettable. I think that Acid Splash, it's not terrible. The ones down in D are ones that I think are like absolute traps, and your character's probably worse for taking them, right? I just think that Acid Splash's worst thing is that it's just completely forgettable. Yeah, meh. Blade Ward. I think Blade Ward is okay. However, if you put Blade Ward like with the new Earth Genocide thing, I think Blade Ward is going to look scary on the Earth Genocide. I think that this is going to be terrifying for that race. Yeah, Blade Ward as a bonus action, absolutely an S. Otherwise, I think Blade Ward is just kind of okay. There may even be an argument that it's probably here, because like there's probably other better things that you can be doing with your action to prevent the damage entirely, right? Something that Blade Ward is okay. But I don't know that I would pick it up on absolutely every character. Maybe Quicken Spell it with, like, Sorcerer. Maybe. Yeah, it still seems expensive to make that good. Yeah, you want to like Acid, there's so many interesting things you could do with it, but it just doesn't do it, right? Yeah, if you could, like, fill up a vial of Acid with it, maybe? Anyways. Booming Blade, this is, like, all the Gish cantrips are probably going to be up here in S. Let me just move Green Flame Blade up here, too. The utility that these provide... Oh, I say utility, wow. These are defining a playstyle now that they weren't able to previously. After the update that they got in Tasha's, they're looking very, very nice. I think some people are even going so far as to completely ban Blade Singer because of interactions that can happen with Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade. I haven't gotten super into that one to like really breaking them down because my mind's just been on a whole bunch of other stuff. But I have seen these cantrips and how they're newly coded. These are looking very, very strong. I prefer other homebrew classes for my Gishes, most likely, you know, the Magus. But, like, this is making the Gish very, very possible. They work now with Arcane Trickster, which, like, hey, I mean, that alone is looking pretty good. Yeah, so I think Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade, these are most likely going to be up here in S because they're going to be no-dub pickups for your Gish characters. Presto's S2. Yeah, I mean, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's see how quick we can do it. So, Chill Touch. I like the narrative of this so much. I like this one a whole lot. But, like, it's like the creature can't regain hit points, right? That was the kicker with this. Let me pull this one up, if I remember right. It does necrotic damage. A ghostly skeletal hand. Yeah, that's really cool. You know, it can prevent, like, trolls, right? But so can just doing fire damage to them. Like, this shuts down some healing magic, which, cool in that case. All right. Yeah, oh, yeah, I can't read it. I'll try to parse it out for you a little bit. Could I do this? No, wait, if I mess with the contrast, that's going to make this look terrible. Okay, yeah, I'll just read them out. Whoever did this one, I think you could have just done blank text, or black text, and yeah. But, anyways, we're not going to critique the design portion of it. We're just critiquing the cantrips. Chill Touch. Nichely strong. I think that this can come in really clutch in certain combat situations, like against certain enemies. Trolls, shutting down the regeneration, very good. It is cool. I want to make it better. I think that there's some cool way, like I designed my Life Reaver fighter around this being another thing you can do. Yeah, I like the character that this wants to evoke. I just don't know that 5e really supports it all that well. Control flames. This is mostly just like you can light or snuff the flames, right? It's not actual damage. If I'm remembering this right, this is one of like the most blah. Yeah, you choose non-magical flames that you can see within range and that fits within a 5-foot cube and affect it in one of the following ways. You can instantly extinguish the flames within the cube. You can double or halve the area of bright light or dim light. You cause simple shapes. Like, this is shenanigans with fire. Like, it's okay. But, like, it feels like to me, like, what is the most useful thing that people would probably refer to in this? I can make a bonfire. I can go in town and set stuff on fire. And I'm like, yeah, you can do all that with a torch. Or, like, something. I don't know. I just think control flames is like, can someone come up with this? It was something for this, right? The 4 shenanigan elements. And that's what I mean, right? It's a shenanigan spell. And like, is it really good at shenanigans even? I think that there's other ways that you can do this. That just, is it bad? Like, is it so bad that you're a worse character for having this? Maybe not. I guess I'll put it in C. I don't think it's so bad that your character is actually, like, hurt by just having this on their character sheet. I don't know. I just can't think of a really good reason to even take this one. Create bonfire. Like, I think even this one will at least, like, do damage, right? Create bonfire. Yeah, it fills a 5-foot cube. Any creature within the space must make a dexterity saving throw and take 1d8 fire damage, which does increase. It ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. So it can be an instance of recurring damage. It does require concentration. It does linger there for the minute, which is cool, but you can't move it. If you have a way of shutting down a thing's movement, then this is probably really nice. Like, you pair create bonfire. Well, I guess you cast it as the cantrip. It lingers there. You don't have to maintain your action to keep doing it. And then you can pair that with a nice side of, like, Ray of Frost. Shut down the thing's speed. Maybe I should make an F tier for the truly terrible cantrips. Let's do that. Come on. Okay. We all know that's the garbage doo-doo butter tier. Yeah, like, I think create bonfire, if you're doing create bonfire and you're pairing that with other ways that you can shut down a creature's movement, it could be very good. Just having a free recurring use, like a recurring instance of damage, it does require your concentration, but like, it is a cantrip, so infinite use, right? Like, it might be good. It might be interesting to concept out to see if there's a way that like create bonfire is actually really good on someone that can just shut down speed. And maybe if like you can guarantee that the creature is going to stay in that space, the recurring damage is going to be really nice. But concentration spells, like, and then I'm going to show my, let me see here. Because, yeah, it's competing for concentration with Hold Person. Maybe if you can shut it down, there's a good way that this spell looks really scary. So I think that this, Create Bonfire, I think that this has potential. I do think it has potential. I'm going to knock down, yeah, there we go. That's looking nicer. I think that Create Bonfire has some potential. But probably with pretty specific builds to make use of it. Dancing Lights. Oh, I love this cantrip so much. But it does one thing pretty specific, right? You create the lights. They're cool little, like, lights that float around you and all that stuff, right? I like so much of this. You can make, like, a humanoid-looking figure out of light, that, like a medium-sized creature or magical effect out of the light, right? It gives you a lot of opportunity to do some cool, like, fun roleplay stuff with this. Yeah, you can move them up to 60 feet, 20 feet of another creature, or vaguely humanoid form of medium size, and it sheds dim light in a 10 foot. Yeah, like, it does require concentration. It does require concentration. Like, yeah, it's basically fake fairies, right? Like, I look at this spell, and I just think, like, there must be so many cool moments that have happened because of this cantrip. Like, I like Dancing Lights. I think that this actually has more shenanigan potential than Control Flames. Or, like, probably not as much as, something like Prestidigitation. That a humanoid was hiding in a corner. Yeah, like, I think clever players could make this feel like this is absolutely up here. I do think that Dancing Lights is most likely an A, in that this has some crazy awesome potential. Yeah, I like this a lot. I don't know that I'll put it up in S. But, oh man. I like so much of what this spell wants to be. I love this one's identity. This is a pretty poetic utility kind of cantrip right here. And it does, like, without saying that it's like fairy lights, it really gets across that idea, right? They are, like, there's a lot of fey energy involved with this kind of a spell. I really do dig this cantrip. Druidcraft. The one that wants to be, like, the Prestidigitation for Druid, right? Like, I think this one is okay. You can grow the flowers, right? Like, you can grow flowers, you can... I'm trying to remember all the different effects in this one. I can do all my druid stuff in the time. Yeah, you create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next 24 hours. It's pretty fun. You become a meteorologist, right? You instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pop up, or a leaf bud bloom. Also very cool. You create an instant harmless sensory effect, such as falling leaves, a puff of wind. Like, see, there's a lot of roleplay potential in here. And you can instantly light or snuff a candle, torch, or a small campfire, making Control Flames look even worse. So, I think that Druidcraft is... This one's really fun. Survival-based... Okay, in a survival-based campaign, inarguably, this is up here. If you're very heavily tracking weather conditions and extreme, like, whatever, yeah, Druidcraft could literally save your entire party. I track survival pretty heavily at my tables, just because I like it, right? I want the players to think about making camp. I want them to think about, like, this avalanche that's coming out, right? Like, yeah, I want them to think about that kind of stuff, because it makes the world breathe, But I think at most tables, Druidcraft... I'll say this much. I think that Druidcraft, at most tables, is still probably up here. It is pretty much purely roleplay, but there are other ways that clever players can get a lot of love out of this spell. I think that Druidcraft is pretty nice. I'll put it up here in S. Yeah, I'll put it up here in S. Eldritch Blast. There you go. I think everyone knows why that deserves its own tier. This is the best damaging spell in the entire... Well, the best damaging cantrip in the entire game. There are builds that are concepted around just getting this specific cantrip. This is... The mechanic of this is so insanely strong. If you were able to split up some of the other cantrips into separate attack instances, they might be able to get pretty close to Eldritch Blast's power, right? Let's say Firebolt. I'm able to split up the Firebolts, each of the different damage die, and hit a creature with each of the different damage, whatever, right? I think that would make Firebolt start to look really, really good. Except with Eldritch Blast, you can also go and snack some Eldritch Invocations that empower it, right? And, like, those look really good. So, like, the class synergy that comes with this is one of the best damaging cantrips. It's so good, you don't even have to go Warlock for this to be that good. Like, you can go with so many other classes and make Eldritch Blast look absolutely insane. This is a cantrip that is so good, we have tried to figure out, should this be its own fucking feature for the Warlock? So yes, this one definitely needs to be up here. Yeah, probably uniquely tied into Warlock level rather than class level. Yeah, you see, you all know what I'm talking about. Chat knows what's up. Eldritch Blast is scary good. Yeah, it deserves to be up here in its own echelon of power. Force damage, yeah. Encode Thoughts, I can't remember this one. What book is this in? Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica. Okay. I thought I had bought this one, but apparently I haven't bought this book yet. I'm not sure about Encode Thoughts. I haven't seen it yet. The fact that the top... Oh, okay, people are saying it's useless. Apparently Reddit is thinking it's useless. You've been on your Eldritch Blast bullshit for years. It's the only cantrip that combines up with other spells. Let me read it real quick. You pull a memory, an idea... Wow, duration of 8 hours. Or a message from your mind and transform it into a tangible string of glowing energy called a Thought Strand, which persists for the duration, or until you cast the spell again. The Thought Strand appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you as a tiny, weightless, semi-solid object that can be held and carried like a ribbon. It is otherwise stationary. If you cast this spell while concentrating on a spell or ability that allows you to read or manipulate the thoughts of others, such as detect thoughts or modify memory, you can transform the thoughts or memories you read, rather than your own, into a Thought Strand. Casting this spell while holding a Thought Strand allows you to instantly receive whatever memory or idea or... What the hell does this thing do? So you can cast it. Oh, so it's a thing that... It's like a memory bank. So... Okay. So... It sounds like you cast the spell, you cast the cantrip, you cast Detect Thoughts alongside it, and then this acts as a little SD card that holds the thought for you? Is that right? Does that make sense? Am I getting that right? You basically wiretap recording the cantrip? That's fucking terrible. Like, just write it down. Just take a piece of paper and write that shit down. People, take notes. This cantrip is terrible. Just take notes while you're playing. What? This might be, what? So it's a memory bank. That's all it is. So it requires you to cast another spell to get use out of this thing. So you cast another spell, and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna put it in this little sack of thoughts over here that only lasts for 8 hours. Write it down. Just write it down. Okay, Firebolt. Firebolt's alright. It's just... It's pretty signature, right? I'm going to throw fire at you. Sure. Firebolt does a bit higher damage than Produce Flame, but I like the cinematic of Produce Flame a little bit more for some reason. And I think there's a bit more utility. Oh, you can physically see what the memory is. So you're describing a bad guy to an NPC. You can show the memory of what the thing looked like. Can you... God, that is such a specific thing. Like, I remember how many times my players have been stumped by not being able to record the thoughts you detect. Sure, like, then I guess I just like remind them, because I try to assume that they're players and the characters remember it. I don't know. Oh god, I like what it want. Like, I like the cinematic of it. Like, that was kind of cool, and I like the idea of it keys off of another spell. Wow, man, it's just like I feel confused. Just, man. Okay, wow. Yeah. No, look, he's a real douche. Look at the time he kicked an old lady across the street. Wait, so can you modify it? Hold up. Detect thoughts. Modify. Can you modify memory? Force the thing to remember a thing that it didn't remember? Yeah, so it specifically calls out modify memory. And then you can record the thought. Cool, so I have to come up with I have to spend a 5th level spell slot, or a 2nd level spell slot, or a 5th level spell slot, and then a 2nd level spell slot to get use out of a fucking cantrip. And then in that case, it is such a specific, that is such a specific instance for me to make that cantrip useful. Don't do this. Don't do this one. Yeah. Like, I actually feel a little bit lightheaded trying to figure this hey Phil, how you doing? But back on Firebolt, okay? It's a decent cantrip. It's gonna feel like this is gonna be your basic bread and butter kind of thing that you're gonna do with a wizard if you take this one. But there are, I think, other cantrips that do something else for you as well. Firebolt doesn't even have a good kicker to it, right? It's just like it ignites flammable objects. Like, a modifier, and it ignites anything that isn't being worn or carried. Yeah, like, it. I think the only reason I've got it in A and not in B is like, yeah, worse Eldritch Blast, right? Like, the only reason I've got it up in A and not in B is because, like, maybe just it feels pretty signature, right? Like, if I'm going to be an arcane caster, I'm going to be wanting to do this one a lot, but like, Eldritch Blast is in the game. Mechanically, like, I think Firebolt is just, yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's around here with Create Bonfire, right? Some people might like Firebolt just because they've used it a whole lot, but I just don't think it's that great. Fire is even a pretty weak damage type to keep dealing. Yeah. Oh, friends. Friends. Wow. Okay. There are uses for this spell. It isn't terrible. Like, I think a lot of people kind of overemphasize how bad this spell is. Or, like, you know, they overhype how bad this spell is. The idea that, like, yeah, the idea that once it's over, the thing knows that it's, that you attempted to charm it. Does it say that you become... I forget if it says you become hostile. I thought it said it possibly becomes hostile. Yeah, it might seek retribution in other ways. And becomes hostile towards you. Odd. A creature prone to violence might attack you. Another creature might seek retribution in other ways. Yeah, so, like, you can use it to start a bar fight, I guess. Like, there are ways that this becomes okay. Like, yeah, masks of many faces. Like, there's other features that have tried to make this one alright. Like, the creature doesn't know you attempted to charm it, or whatever. There's some ways in which friends might be okay. I think that it is... It's a cantrip that might require, like... Oh, God. If what you want to do is piss people off, which isn't always a bad thing to be doing in D&D, right? You want to, like... There's a creature you want to make hostile towards you. That can be a good thing. In which case, friends can be a decent cantrip. Or you just hit it. But this is a way to do it a little bit more subtly, right? I don't think friends is good to pick up as an early level character. Unless it's given to you, right? Yeah, stealth taunt. We never saw it, right? I think that friends might be good to pick up as a third, or maybe a fourth, or maybe if you want to do something specific with it, like via Magic Initiate. But like, I feel like you would have to build into friends to make it good, like to make it pretty useful, right? That might be a fun video. Can I make a character build that makes friends useful? I don't know. Anyways, this is a spell that I just don't think works all that efficiently. Yeah, there might be some ways to make friends pretty good, but I think at most it's like we might find the synergy in here, that a build that one day makes this pretty good. But as for right now, I think that it's just meh. Frostbite, I like it. I like it. But what's the kicker? What was the kicker on this one? I keep forgetting this one because it requires a deck or a Constitution save. Disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. Yeah, 1d6 cold damage, a little weak. But you are forcing it to make a Constitution saving throw. Constitution saves get to be pretty heavy later on, so it might not really, you might not feel like this is doing a lot of work for you. I do think that Frostbite, a little bit weaker damage type to be dealing. A pretty weak damage die of a d6. Requires a saving throw that becomes a little bit more common later on. But the kicker's really actually pretty good. Giving it disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes for the end of its next turn, not bad. I think that this is probably justified as an A. I would probably rather take this than Firebolt, if I'm just being honest. I think that this is actually pretty okay. Guidance. Boom. Getting into the reasons as to why guidance is pretty damn good. 1d4. Like, 1d4. Tiny damage die. Or, sorry, wow. Tiny die. But it turns out, since this is a cantrip, out of combat, what this basically means is, like, anytime your buddies are making an ability check, they get to add this thing. Like, they just get to add the d4. This is so good outside of combat. In combat, it has some uses, right? In combat, it's kind of just okay. Out of combat is where this thing shines. Absolutely shines. I think that you use guidance, help action. Guidance, help, like, I think there's some love to be had there. Outside of combat, this is absolutely an S. Inside combat, this might be like an A or a B. But if you take this cantrip, what you can basically be assured of is, well, okay, if you as a DM see one of your players take this cantrip, know that they're going to be reminding you that they cast guidance every 2 fucking seconds. So, yeah. The cantrip might have a problem like that, like with just being kind of spammable like that outside of combat. But, I mean, if you take guidance, you can basically be assured that your party has an average of plus 2.5 to all of their ability checks as long as you're around them and making sure that this is up. This is a very strong cantrip. Extremely strong cantrip. Gust. I'm trying to pull these up just to make sure I keep myself straight here. Seize the air and compel it. Create one of the following effects you can within range. One medium or smaller creature must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed up to 5 feet away from you. Good control. Well, okay. Okay control. That's not... be pushed up to 5 feet away from you. It's forced movement. It doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. It does give you... Hell, you would just rather disengage. Yeah... It's very minimal control right there. Maybe if that scaled up, I would think that it was pretty good. A small blast of air capable of moving one object that is neither held nor carried, and that weighs no more than 5 pounds. The object is pushed 10 feet away from you. It isn't pushed with enough force to cause damage. Small blast of air, one object, and weighs no more than 5 pounds. Maybe some puzzles in dungeons. That might be kind of cool. You create a harmless sensory effect of air, so it's giving you a bit of like roleplay shenanigan fun in there. Okay, I could probably rate this about as high as, at least it has a little bit more utility. Well, more utility than Control Flames. I'm just a sucker for control. That 5 feet is meh. If it was a little bit more, you know, if it was a bonus action and you can push it up to 5 feet away from you, I would say, okay, cool. We have a disengagement tool in here for a Gish Sorcerer. And I might even go so far as to say that, like, that'd be pretty, well, man, Blade Singer wouldn't even really want to pick that up. Gish Druid could be cool. Yeah, I think that Gust is mostly just there for the shenanigans. You might... Well, wait a minute. You can push one of your buddies away from a creature that could help save them. That's kind of funny. I think that Gust is probably fair right here next to Firebolt. Like... Oh, hey, that's me. Yeah, I think that Gust makes sense right here, right below Firebolt. The control that it offers is pretty okay. But, like, maybe if there was some means of, like, making Gust push you a little bit further. Just 5 feet feels like so nothing. But I do like the control that's in there. Yeah, I think I'll put it at a B for right now. Hand of Radiance. Are these more like Ravnica spells? Because I don't... What was this in? Is that Word of Radiance? What's Hand of Radiance? I'll skip that one for now because I'm not... No, wait, Word of Radiance is right here. It was a UA? Ah, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Infestation. The cinematic of this is so cool. I like Infestation a lot. But for basically purely the narrative of it, right? Once you pick this up, you build a very particular kind of character. One that seems to want to specialize in pretty gross stuff, right? But we got a problem here. And that's the fact that this deals poison damage. And it's a Constitution saving throw, so it's pretty weak later on. It deals poison damage. Like, the control is alright. That's kind of fiddly. Like, if it's rolling a die, and it's another thing that the DM has to track, like, it's rolling a die, which means that the DM's going to have to track something else, right? DM has something else that they're going to have to remember. Like, oh yeah, this creature's going to move in a random direction on its turn. I like so much of what this wants to be. This one could use a redesign. I praise a lot of the stuff that's in Xanthar's guide. This is one of those ones that I think is like... I think that it's maybe okay at best. And it sucks because I want this one to feel cool. I want Infestation to feel so cool. I want this to feel as good as like Swarm Keeper Ranger stuff does. Infestation just... Oh god. What else can we say about this one? 1d6 poison damage. It's not even... So 3.5 poison damage, I consider that as 0 poison damage. And it just doesn't scale up well. Yeah, and then the effect is just kind of whatever. It only moves 5 feet in a random direction. Blah. Blah. Like, blah. Lightning Lure. Okay. I've heard some people say the Lightning Lure is actually pretty damn good. Everyone likes that idea of, I'm going to create an arc of lightning. It can go to other creatures. And what was the kicker on this one? Is it just that... Oh no, you can pull the creature. Right? Yeah, you can pull it. Okay. Yeah, 10 feet in a line straight towards you. You create a lash of lightning energy that strikes out at one creature of your choice that you can see within 15 feet of you. It must succeed on a strength saving throw, or be pulled up to 10 feet in a straight line towards you, and then take 1d8 lightning damage if it's within 5 feet of you. Like, so you pull the thing closer towards you, and then it takes the additional damage, right? This is some real nice control. Like, are you going to take this on a sorcerer? Probably not, unless you get something that can increase your hit points. Maybe on, like, Draconic Sorcerer, you might be trying to do something like this, but, like, usually on, like, Sorcerers and Wizards, you want to get things away from you, right? This on Gishes, though, looks pretty good. That's pretty hard control. And then it just does the additional damage. I think that Lightning Lure could be... Like, this is that kind of peel I'm talking about, right? You actually pull somebody off of something else. I like Lightning Lure. I like it. I'm going to put it up in A. Yeah, I'm going to put it up in A. I think that usually, as an action on your turn, if you're going with a Gish, you're most likely going to be using Green Flame Blade or Booming Blade, right? But this is a cool option to have. Like, sometimes these are not going to be really available for you, you know? But this is something that you can use to, if something is getting away from you, you want to bring it in closer to you, get it off of one of your buddies. Lightning Lure looks pretty good for that. It could just be the pull, and I would think that it's actually still pretty good. So, yeah, Lightning Lure, I'll put it up in A. I think that this could inspire some characters to, like, build around this cantrip. Light. I really like this one. The fact that you can put this onto an object and make it even, like, look magical. Hey, there's some fun to be had in there. I don't know that I can raise this any higher than Dancing Lights, and there's enough characters that have just innate dark vision to where, like, light doesn't get the time to shine, you know, that it should. But I've seen light used to some pretty good effect. People see a dark hole, they want to see how far down it is. They cast light on a rock and throw it down the hole, and they see, you know, whatever. Like, okay, cool. I've seen some pretty clever uses of this thing. This is... I'm going to put it at A. I'm going to put it at A. Because I like the cantrip a lot. And if Dark Vision wasn't so prevalent in 5e, this may be one of the must-snag cantrips right here. But we also just have torches that you can get, you know. The strong effects of this one are what you can do with it in terms of, like, shenanigans, you know. I'm going to make an object look magical, even. That can be pretty impactful in a game. Yeah. It's funny because of the wording. If you use it on a creature that's already within 5 feet, they still take the damage. Yeah, and I think in that case, like, you're still probably gonna want to just be using, your attacks, but like, that's pretty funny. Wait, does Lightning Lord trigger on? Is it only the creature that? Okay, yeah. Not any creature. It's just only the creature you attempted to pull. When you lightning, I mean, I like the idea of what that spell wants to be. Okay, so what's the next one? Mage Hand. Okay, one of the best utility cantrips in the entire game. They literally built an entire like third caster just around what this cantrip wants to be, right? Like Arcane Trickster getting the invisible Mage Hand that you can use to pick locks and everything. Oh man, they took an already amazing cantrip and made it even better. This is so defining of wizard out of combat, like Mage Hand being able to pass you a rope, being able to grab the thing for you. The Mage Hand doesn't, like, if the Mage Hand takes damage, if the Mage Hand is destroyed, guess what you can do? Make another Mage Hand. This is a huge amount of safety for you as a character that, like, not many other people can get. The safety in this, right? I want to try to activate the trap. I want to test the thing with, like, whatever. This is... Oh, man. Again, it's like clever players, right? Like, players that are trying to subvert... Okay. I think that Mage Hand does all the things that you would be doing as a character outside of combat, but with insanely more safety, right? Like, rather than you putting yourself at risk at all, you can almost always send in the Mage Hand to do the thing instead of you. And in those situations, if something gets set off and it, blows up the Mage Hand, then hey, you're still good, right? At least it went off on that and not you. And guess what? The Mage Hand doesn't even get mad at you. You can just pop it back into existence, right? And it's also narratively just very cool. You have a magical floating hand that you can send around to go do stuff for you. I think some people have even said that this might be too good. This is one of, if not the best, utility cantrip. And yes, shenanigans, absolutely. But like, this does a lot of work for you. This does so much work for you. Just for the interaction side of it. You can subvert very well designed puzzles with this spell. Yeah. If they added a new utility cantrip along the lines of Prestidigitation, Druidcraft, or Thaumaturgy, what would I want the flavor to be? Ooh. Maybe like Elder Tongue, where it's like a maddening speech, or like they are utility-based acts of madness. I think could be kind of sick, right? Like you make a creature hallucinate, or like not in like a major way, right? Like we can talk about like minor illusion level kind of thing. You don't want it to infringe on another cantrip. Like, what could it mean for, like, what could the Lovecraftian version of Druidcraft be? I think that could be pretty sick. Like, I don't know what. Magic Stone. Okay. This requires features. This requires homebrew features to make this a good spell. I like the narrative of it. I'd be interested to see what people have been able to theory craft around this thing. But, like, you create the pebbles. Other creatures can use them to make attacks and all that stuff, right? Like, meh. Yeah, I've designed options to try and make this cantrip good. It's frustrating. Because I like it a lot. I like Magic Stone. Just, you make some magical pieces of ammunition. Cool, there we go. I like what it wants to do. The fact of it can now use the like spell save DC and attack rolls and stuff. Kind of cool. Shillelagh, but ranged. You know. But it's still just not that great because like you can't make multiple attack instances with it unless you multi-class over into something else that gives you extra. Magic Stone's kind of frustrating, but it'd be cool to see what people can do to make it a little bit better. Yeah, a more eerie, spooky cantrip that would give a cool, like, horror vibe, right? We have Divine, Primal, and Arcane covered, so we need an occult version. I also think, like, could you do a, like, necrotic-based, like, can you make a little ghost? Can you make a little spirit, right? That's not your familiar. Maybe. It was way cooler in 3.5. I'll need to take a look at it. The direction Ross took Magic Stone on his... Oh, yeah. I remember he did... Yeah, he did like a Magic Stone-based Warlock. I want to check that one out. I need to ping Ross and see. You've made one called Simple Creature. It lets you make a tiny creature and that's around how it can't attack or carry much, but you get to make noise. So, like, you can just make a bird. Just... Oh! Like, that's already good. Like, just being able to make a tiny creature, that has a lot going for you. Mending. Mending has a lot of potential. Mending has so much potential as a healing cantrip on construct characters. Someone casts Mending on you, and then, like, you can use a hit die or something like that. The potential of it's very cool. And this is one of those things, right? In some cases, it's not as bad as Friends. Mending. I'll put Mending here. Mending can do work for you. I'll say the one thing for sure that will make Mending look pretty damn good, and that's if you are using the vehicle rules and you allow Mending to, like, repair the vehicles and stuff. If you're doing, like, a lot of seafaring combat and you take Mending, that could be pretty nice for you if you're allowing it to repair the vehicle, right? The waterborne vessel or whatever. Otherwise, like, Mending, mostly roleplay centered. Maybe, like, Mending could also, like... You know, if it could repair damage from, like, maybe rust monsters or acid or something like that. But for the most part, I think that Mending is mostly a cool little, I'm gonna fix your shirt for you kind of a spell, you know. With fear of causing more work, I think Necroll is a rune script for that. Yes, an expansion. I've thought about Shadow, like, the Shadowfell, like, runes and stuff. Message. Okay. Message. Great. Interaction. Social. Yes. Message. Anyone who watched the second campaign of Critical Role will say that Message is definitely deserving of being up here in S. You get a cell phone. Basically. You don't get to call people, like, on the same plane of existence as you. But sending this off to one of your buddies, you get a walkie-talkie. There you go. You get a little magic walkie-talkie. And that does a shocking amount of work for you. You can split the party. Still probably not totally recommended, but it allows you to split the party and not metagame so hard in terms of the, oh shit, we need help, you know? I like a lot of this cantrip. I don't... Wait, what? I don't, or do I? In regards to what? Yeah, Spencer, in regards to what? Anyways, Message, yes. Great communication cantrip. If you're doing a bunch of, like, exploration, like, whenever you're out of combat in a dungeon, this is huge. Mind Sliver, I think I really liked this one from what I remember. I still haven't seen it in play just yet, but this felt, from what I recall, being pretty scary good. Yeah, number 1, it must make an intelligence saving throw or take 1d6 psychic damage and subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. Anything reducing on saving throws is going to be very nice. Building into that, because it's an action, right? I was like, yeah, it damn well better be an action. The next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. If you're watching your initiative rolls, do that wombo combo setup, right? Like Mind Sliver, Stunning Strike, Mind Sliver, Hold Person, whatever. This is a great setup debuff. Psychic damage, also fairly uncommon that creatures are going to have resistance or immunity to this. I think Mind Sliver, the debuffer playstyle, might be up here in S. I think Mind Sliver. Is Mind Sliver better than Vicious Mockery? I think I would rather have Mind Sliver than Vicious Mockery. I do. And I'll talk about Vicious Mockery once I get there. But Mind Sliver is pretty significant in that you can set up one of your buddies, or maybe even something that you are trying to do as your bonus action on your turn. If you, as a bard, went over and got Meta Magic Adept, and you can quicken spell something as your bonus action, so you do Mind Sliver, or even Mind Sliver as your whatever, quicken spell either Mind Sliver or another spell to do as your bonus action. You have your whole setup kit right, like happening in this. People are saying, Encode Thoughts keys off of other spells. This is the thing that's keying off of other spells. That's very nice. Okay. Mind Sliver, Minor Illusion. Clever players can see a lot of love out of Minor Illusion. I think Minor Illusion is so pure shenanigans. The thing that hurts Minor Illusion is that illusions are fairly left up to DM interpretation in terms of how powerful they are in play. In practice, like, illusion spells will always vary from player to player, from DM to DM, and from table to table. So, like, clever player, generous DM, probably the best cantrip in the game. Restricted DM, not creative player. We'll just say that. I don't know. Clever, or not. Yeah. Minor Illusion could be a really bad pickup. If they solidified the rules for illusions, like, the malleable illusions thing in, like, Illusion Wizard, where you can change the effect of it, then, like, maybe if the creature had to remake the saving throw to determine it was an illusion, then that wizard subclass might look pretty good. Just by vis-a-vis that being a little bit of, like, taking up the creature's action economy. But as it currently sits, Minor Illusion, this feels so pure shenanigan. Pure shenanigan. And I think that there may be other ways to achieve this. I think I might actually move Minor Illusion down to A. In some instances, it's arguable this is up here in S. I do think that there are other cantrips that are in the game that might do the same thing and get you the same effect, as well as some other stuff. And illusions might just suffer. Yeah. I think I'll keep it in A. It feels pretty cozy right there in A. Mold Earth. Wow. Minecraft block the cantrip. This is so, like, as a DM, there are a few spells in this game that you should be aware of can completely cheese something you set up. If you do something like, I'm going to put this wizard's tower out here in this field. Oh yeah, you looked away for a second and it's cantrip time? Yeah, because I felt like doing this for a second. Yeah. Mold Earth will, you can take a house off of its foundations. The wizard tower? Oh, wait, you want us to climb all the way up there? If you didn't, as a DM, prep some kind of a power or a magic circle that is, like, going to diffuse this, like, some kind of anti-magic to diffuse an anti-magical moat, to make sure that they can't just mold earth the crap out of the foundation and just topple the tower. Like, a practical DM that isn't really thinking about that is going to have all their buildings felled. Like, you guys might think that something like Prestidigitation is like the best shenanigan cantrip ever. Man, mold earth, you need to hide a body, instant grave. You need I don't know, a staircase, a ramp, something like that, mold earth. You need to knock a boulder down. Like, if you are like on a mountaintop and you see some guys like, I don't know, like a bandit camp or something, and you want to knock a boulder down, dudes, do not sleep on mold earth. If you sleep on mold earth as a DM, your players are going to surprise you with it. If you sleep on mold earth as a player, you're missing out on one of the fucking funniest cantrips in the entire game. This, if you're asking what my favorite cantrip is out of all of the cantrips in the game, Christ, mold earth is way up there. If not, it's like my number one, number two pick. If you listen to Scales and Tales, the all Kobold campaign I played in, it's a podcast that you can hear on Spotify. If you listen to Scales and Tales, I use mold earth to completely avoid like an entire floor of the final dungeon. It's a hilarious cantrip. So yeah, on off. I think that's from the future Unearthed Arcana. Not super sure. Poison spray deals poison damage. Don't use it. Prestidigitation. Boom. Okay. We all know that this is defined to be like, man, Prestidigitation is an open-ended spell. This is the most like, we're giving you an excuse to do whatever the hell you want to with this cantrip. Just don't deal damage with it. Explore, right? You want to be the, what is it, David Blaine, Chris Angel, Mind Freak of the realms? Yeah, here you go. Prestidigitation. Whatever, right? Yes, this is a catch-all cantrip to do any small, tiny magical effect. Boom. Yes. Great cantrip. Very much rewards clever players. I don't think that this is... I've seen some arguments of people trying to say that the spell is just too open-ended to be, like, allowed. God, don't ban Prestidigitation. This is an invitation. This is a creative writing prompt for your players to figure out, that's what I want to do with this thing. Bam, I'm going to do it. Like, yeah, it's great. Only if it's on a dirt foundation. Yeah, this one was, I mean, I can't remember the specifics of it, but basically I used it to tunnel down underneath and like crack through a wall, right? Like, yeah. Prestidigitation is your favorite because your party uses it for nail polish. Primal Savagery. Okay. You know, if Druid got extra attack, like, I just haven't really tried to build a character with this. Because anytime it seems like I'd want to, and I want to pick this one up, yeah, it requires your action. Maybe, like, if it just caused your teeth or fingernails to sharpen and allowed you to do the 1d10 acid damage as, like, unarmed strikes, rather than a scaling, you know, 1d10, 2d10, 3d10, 4d10, I don't think the narrative of this is all that good. I think Primal Savagery, what this should do is this should be the cantrip that allows you as a druid to box, to get in there and, like, I want to be nature's fist, you know? It's not kind of worth going with Savagery like it is right now. I think that, like, you could make a pretty cool druid circle basing it around Primal Savagery. Make it all boxer themed. Hey, Benjamin, have you done a pugilist based on Primal Savagery, the cantrip, like, I am the Tree Fist, I am the Bestial Claw, I don't know, something like that, that kind of fighting club, that could be kind of sick. Primal Savagery wants to be something cool. I'll put it here. Yeah. I'll put it here. It's odd. It needs a redesign. Yeah, the circle to catch these hands. Yeah, like, if you could make unarmed strikes with the claws, and, like, get rid of the scaling, right? Like, I fist for the tree. If you could reduce the scaling and just give it to where it's like shillelagh only, I'm gonna punch you. Good. Then move it up there. But as it currently sits, Primal Savagery. I just don't think the flavor's all that right, you know. Oh, it should definitely be 1d6. 1d6. Just be the 1d6 and let you choose whatever you want to. Okay, Produce Flame. I like this a lot more than Firebolt, just because you make the fireball and throw it, and I like that narrative more. That's my bias there. I don't necessarily think it's any, like, I don't think it's stronger than Firebolt, but I like the narrative of it more of, like, you know, the Dark Souls fireball throw, right? Like, yeah. That feels like the kind of, like, narrative in my mind I have rather than, like, a streak of fire, right? I like Produce Flame quite a lot, and it offers more utility than Firebolt, and that you can just make the fire in your hand and it sits comfortably. That feels very cool. Like a manifestation of your power rather than just an attack, you know? Not as much damage, but the utility, right? I will take that trade-off, knock one damage point on average off my die to give me more utility. I'll take that trade any day of the week. Yes. Ray of Frost. I think people are sleeping on this spell. I think Ray of Frost is in my top 5. I think that people, I think that people are absolutely sleeping on Ray of Frost. This is a spell that completely shuts down, well, I say completely, is extremely effective at shutting down a lot of oozes in the game. I've talked about it here in the past, but if a creature has, like, Ray of Frost is the best 2-hit after. Yeah, it's the best kicker, right? This is the best kicker of any damaging cantrip, I think, in D&D. So, I will take this. Give me Ray of Frost. And Ray of Frost, Mold Earth, I'm very happy with that character right there. That paints a fun idea. I don't know what, but I feel like I can get up to so much trouble with these two. But Ray of Frost is slowing down an enemy rather than restraining them or grappling them or whatever. You can be immune to being grappled or restrained. It's very, very rare that a creature is immune to having their damn speed reduced. And Ray of Frost is some pretty nice early level shutdown. The damage type, cold damage is kind of whatever. But, like, I think what this can do to any creature that has, like, less than 20 feet of movement, oh man, that movement shutdown is really nice. I like Ray of Frost a whole lot. If that slow could not scale with you, the slow does not need to be able to scale with you, even though I want it to so bad. I really do. Maybe if there was some way, like, building off of it to where, like, I made a warlock for Legends of Frozenfar that was able to benefit from any of the Eldritch invocations that affected Eldritch Blast, you know, affecting Ray of Frost, right? You could get Lance of Lethargy and go over into Ray of Frost and reduce its speed by 20. Ooh, what? Oh, that's scary. Scary. If I was to make, like, a Frost Mage wizard, I would go Ray of Frost, and then I'm going to design a feature that allows it to, like, eventually at some point up the speed reduced with that, you know? Yeah, I like Ray of Frost a whole lot. I don't hear near enough people talking about this cantrip because, like, I don't know why. I really don't know why more people aren't talking about Ray of Frost in the same way that they talk about Mold Earth. Well, I mean, okay, I can see with Mold Earth, I mean, whatever. In the same way that they talk about, like... And, wait, is it the only... It's like the only attack roll other than these, right? Yeah, it's like the only attack roll cantrip I've got up here other than Elder's Blast. That says a lot about what I think about Ray of Frost. Yeah, I'll keep Ray of Frost up there. This is in my top 5. I think that this is such a great cantrip. Resistance. Again, let me remember, because, like, I have a certain idea of what this is in my head. And I can never remember this cantrip's effect. 1d4 and add a number rolled to a saving throw of its choice. It must use the die before the saving throw, and then the effect ends. It requires your concentration. And I guess you can use it on yourself as a preventative to something else. And I guess the saving throw... It's nice that you get it to the saving throw. Ray of Frost, it's going to require the prep. Wait, wow, Ray of Frost. Resistance is going to require the prep. Not every single combat encounter is going to involve you making saving throws. Most combat encounters will. Resistance is still bad, and the new Blade Singer didn't help it. Blade Ward is still cool as a part of an attack action with Singer as a new Genocide, but Resistance is too hard to use. That's what I think, right? Like, it feels clunky. Like, even if I use it as a bonus action on my turn, like, I do think that it's niche. I won't go so far as to say that Resistance is bad. But I'll put it here in C because I think that it's cluttered. You need to know that you'll use your saving throws on the next turn for sure, and it's hard. Yeah, like, I can see the potential power in it. I can. But I just think that there's so many other things you would rather be using for your concentration, right? Like even if I went guidance, if I go guidance and I'm like, I'm gonna prep to shut down this next thing with counterspell, I can go guidance, use that on the ability check for counterspell, and like I could just completely negate the damage or negate the spell. Yeah, I think that there's just better things that you can do rather than resistance. And like, if your choice of cantrips is as limited as it is in 5e, I don't know that I would really recommend using... Yeah, I'll knock it down. I don't know that I would recommend using resistance over... I mean, there's so many other better options. I think that once you think about some of the synergies, like, there's other ways to build it. Yeah. I just think that there's other better cantrips for that. Sacred Flame. Okay. Sacred Flame may only be an A. It does do a really nice source of damage with radiant damage. It's like it ignores cover, but like you still have to be able to see the target, right? You know, it's not the one where like you just have to know where it is. I think they got not eroded, but it got clarified in A. No, you do have to be able to see it. Yeah, it gains no benefit from cover, but if you can't target it because it's behind cover and you can't see it, then, like, does that even... Yeah, it's meant for half cover, right? Like, but it's not a great kicker. It's not. The additional effect that you get on top of that, meh. Once Xanthar's Guide came out and Toll the Dead was in there, I think people were just kind of glazing over Sacred Flame. And, like, I think me as a... like me playing Cleric for 3 years, back when I was playing Sir Hammond, I think I put Sacred Flame on my character sheet because I was basically told by online guides, this is a great spell, do that, right? Wow, I guess it was actually like 5 years ago. Was it really 5? No, 5 or 6 years ago. Holy crap, that campaign was forever ago. Wow. Yeah, the damage type is nice, but everybody's switching over to Toll because D12 damage die, right? Sacred is okay. And I think that, like, maybe it's... I'll put it here. I'll put it in A. I think maybe because it does radiant damage, I'll keep it in A. But that kicker is so nothing burger. Yeah. Sapping Sting, Was Sapping Sting in a UA? Because I don't remember that one either. Okay, I'll do Shape Water, but Shillelagh. This is a cantrip I wish could be up here. I wish Shillelagh could be up here. Because I mean, number one, the fucking name, Shillelagh. Come on now. It just, what's the spell? Club. Like, you know, like, that's so cool. But this is another spell that needs class support to make it good. If I was going to build a Gish Druid, this is the key, like, tool, right? This is the key tool to make that happen. Oh, it's in Wildmount? Okay. That's why I'm not familiar with it. Shillelagh, though, like, if I was going to make a Gish, like a Gish Druid, this is the way I would go with it. But there's also so many other ways that you can just do a, like, up in the front line kind of, like, Druid, right? Just the fact that you get Wild Shape. Maybe, like, for the fact of Moon Druid just existing, Shillelagh is just going to be outclassed, you know? It's a Dunamancy cantrip that does 1d4 necrotic damage and knocks the target prone. Kicker's okay. Yeah, without really getting into that one, Shillelagh is also fun for full caster or for Beastly Ranger with Wiz Focus. Ranger might be the way that you can make Shillelagh good. You go Ranger, pick it up with that Druidic new fighting style that they have. And, like, you focus on Wiz with your Ranger. And that way you can also focus on your spells a little bit more. Maybe that's the way you make Shillelagh good. But then, like, you miss out on picking a fighting style. I guess that's fair. You forgo a fighting style choice to get the cantrip, as well as being able to focus on your wisdom for the setup that you can get. Okay, I can see that. I can see Shillelagh being pretty viable if you go with, like, Ranger, right? But usually if you're going to build into it with a Druid, it's you have to find some homebrew that supports this cantrip, you know? Yeah. Because the Beastmaster scales with Wiz, I think, not like the Drake Warden, who does from your prof or something. I'm thinking mostly about spell casting, but maybe. Does anyone else feel like being knocked prone should be more detrimental? It's pretty easy to knock something prone. So, I'd worry about giving it any more mechanical weight, you know? Druidic Warrior fighting style. Like, Shillelagh could be kind of cool. I'll look into a Ranger and see what I can't work out with it, right? Nature Cleric. Nature Cleric has to get a buff, though. Has to get a buff. Shape Water. Nautical campaigns. This might be okay. But I think this one is mostly just... No, it's not. I would rather have Firebolt, I think, than Shape Water. Maybe if I get it for free. If I get it for free, Shape Water might be up here in B, but I think that it's like... meh? Right? Let me give it a... Because it's specific, right? It has to be an area of water. You don't create the water. Yeah, you choose an area of water. So it's relying on that being in the environment, which, again, aquatic campaigns, you can probably rely on that. It's cute. can change its opacity. It's just shenanigans, right? Like, if you look at, like, Shape Water, Mold Earth, Gust, and then, you know, Produce Flame, you got some fun... You've got your fun... It's not a trifecta. You got your fun quad group. Anyways, you got your 4 elements, right? And, like, your 4 elements of utility, you know, but they're all cantrips, and your choice of cantrips is pretty limited. And I think that Shape Water, amongst all of them, is probably the most specific in that it has to have, like, you know, the body of water, right? So, yeah. It's okay. I think it's fair to say it's up here with, like, Acid Splash, Blade Ward, Friends. Yeah, I think Shape Water's... Quartet, yes! Oh, God, my brain right now. Yeah, Shape Water, I'll put it at C. Shocking Grasp. Okay, Shocking Grasp. I like this one a lot in preventing the reactions. This is a pretty nice disengagement tool if you can hit. It is risky, but it will encourage a cool kind of Gish. Building it on a Gish, like Arcane Trickster, well, you're still gonna... it's not gonna benefit from Sneak Attack. Arcane Trickster might like this, because you can do something else with your bonus action. But I wonder if there's other Gishes that might like it a little bit more. Preventing the reaction is nice. Also good against high AC humanoids. Is that for Shocking Grasp, you mean? Or something else? But Shocking Grasp, shutting down the reaction, right? Anything that's going to cause some action economy denial, then I think that it's up there. I think that it's at least a B. If it's causing something to lose out on any part of its turn, I think that it's probably at least a B for that. Lightning damage, not a bad damage type to throw out there, right? But here's the problem with Shocking Grasp, is that you have to make a melee spell attack with it. And you do not want to be... I mean, like, sure, you put it on a wizard, you get it for that because you want to, like, shock it to, like, you're basically tasing it, right? Wait, why did I just look up wizard? Shocking Grasp. Yeah, this is taser, the spell. So you have to be able to touch the creature, and you have to hit it with the melee spell attack. Oh, I forget. I always forget. You have advantage on the attack roll if the target is wearing or made of armor. I always forget about that. Wow. That's not terrible. It's kind of good for early game when you don't have slots to spare on Misty Steps and such. I can see that. Yep, I can see that. I'll say Shocking Grasp. I'll put it up here in A. Despite you as a wizard or a sorcerer, like, you don't want to be up there in that area anyways, and it's probably more reliable for you, unless the creature is wearing armor or whatever, to disengage. Just disengage and get out of there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That, yeah, it's not reliable, and it's kind of scary to take that gamble. Well, I won't linger too much on that one, but yeah, taser, get this thing off me, right? It's okay. Spare the Dying. Spare the Dying on Grave Domain Cleric, up here in S. Up here in S, absolutely. On most other characters, I think Spare the Dying is probably a C. If you have Healing Word on your character, Spare the Dying is down here. I wouldn't take this cantrip if you can get Healing Word. I say that Spare the Dying is probably here in C. If you're a Grave Domain Cleric, it's up here in S. It swings pretty hard. Yeah, for that one subclass in particular, absolutely up in S. Otherwise, I'm going to put it down here in C. Sword Burst. I don't even remember what this one does. Is it slashing or piercing damage? I don't remember Sword Burst. Momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around you. All creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw and take 1d6 force damage. Ooh. Not bad. But I think they wanted this to go on the Blade Singer. It sounds like they really wanted you to go around the Blade Singer. Yeah. Yeah, like Akita said, I have actually never seen this one used. I've never thought about this one. I guess because it was in Skag. I don't think that this is a bad spell. It's dealing the force damage. 1d6 in an area is pretty okay. We don't usually see cantrips that are doing all creatures within that area. It's not just a creature within the area, right? All other creatures within 5 feet of you. Are we sleeping on this one? Is this good? It can be okay with Singer, but you will already have slots for AoE, so it's kind of not necessary. Am I going to do this rather than anything else as a Blade Singer? It is an action. Not that good. You tend to hit your allies. Yeah, but force damage, though. I mean, force damage, a d6 as a cantrip that you can do in an area like that. It sounds like it's trying to be like Steel Wind Strike. Maybe if it gave you the ability to, like, disengage if you hit something with it, maybe. Like, eh. This is... I mean, a d6 in an area is pretty rare for a cantrip. But it is right up next to you. I'm going to say this, Sword Burst. Like, practically, I think this Sword Burst has potential. I do. I'm going to say that I think that Sword Burst is probably a B. I think that it's probably a B. A D6 in an area that deals force damage that's uniquely strong for a cantrip, even though it is specifically around you. Yeah, sure, making it pay off might be a little bit difficult, but it is uniquely strong, and then it does that in an area. Word of Radiance as well. Yes, Word of Radiance. Okay, yes. I'm going to say this. Sword Burst. Okay, Word of Radiance. This is a more reliable form of damage. I like Word of Radiance more. For, like, especially on, like, you know, Paladin or Frontline Cleric. I'm curious to see if there's a build that makes this really good. Because it has to be an action. It's like a magical whirlwind for you. I'll put it in C. Because I think there may be some builds that can make this worth it. But, like, I feel like I would have really heard about and remembered this cantrip if it was, like, actually as good as what I'm thinking it might be. Thaumaturgy is nice. Probably for the same reasons I would list on Prestidigitation. I've seen some posts that say that Thaumaturgy just isn't as good as Presti. Maybe. I think it's probably fair to put it in S. The booming voice aspect of it is pretty cool. Like, again, very high shenanigans kind of a spell. Probably only limited by how limited your creativity is. I like it. I think that it's probably worthy of being up here near Prestidigitation. I think that Prestidigitation is just more powerful by being more open-ended, I guess. Maybe also for the fact that it's, like, attached to some of the stronger classes. But yeah, I think Thaumaturgy is actually pretty damn nice. Thorn Whip. Okay. I love this cantrip. I've seen this cantrip do work. I adore Thorn Whip. Okay. This is your baby steps. Like, this is Baby Druid's first control spell right here. I love Thorn Whip. I've seen this used. So, if someone goes Aarakocra, okay, if someone goes any druid that gets a fly speed, get Thorn Whip and pull them up into the air, what you can do, you pull them up into the air, they're going to take additional damage. Wait, right. Hang on, let me make sure I remember that right. Because they don't have to be on the ground. I don't think it... Because we had to... I remember us talking about this. Yeah, up to 10 feet closer to you. So you can use this to pull them up into the air, drop them down, so it deals 1d6 piercing damage, 1d6 bludgeoning damage, and the creature falls prone. And the creature's automatically knocked prone, no saving throw. As long as you just hit with the initial attack. And, because you're up in the air, you're still safe, right? Just stay out of its reach. Yeah. So, that's all pretty nice. This can open up a lot of potential for some cheese grating, where you drag something around across a certain effect. You wish you liked Thorn Whip more than you really do. In theory, it's rad, but you've never seen it do much in practice. There are certain character builds that I think can make Thorn Whip scary good. If you are wanting to go into control as a druid, pick this one up, check it out. I think that this can help to define a pretty fun playstyle. You can pull things off of your buddies. Like, yeah, I can see Thorn Whip going to work for you. I think this is a great cantrip. Thunderclap. Some people love this spell. I think it's just kind of whatever. It does the damage. It's very loud. Thunder damage. Yay. I don't know. Like, Bard usually revolves around, like, Psychic, Thunder, and... They have, like, 3 main damage types that Bard usually dishes out. Is it just Psychic, Thunder, and... It's not Radiant damage, right? What am I thinking of? What's the other damage type that Bard usually gets? Bard spells. Bard spells. Click it. Come on. Cantrips. I don't think you really get necrotic damage, right? What's the other damage type? Is it just these two? Because I feel like I did the research on this, and it was like, it's very rare for Bard to get a spell that deals anything other than Psychic or Thunder damage. True Strike, Vicious Mockery. Oh, I mean, as far as cantrips go, that's what it looks like. I don't know. Let me know in chat if there's something. Oh, well, I guess okay, Magical Secrets allows you to go do whatever, right? But I think most of your spells you're going to get as a Bard are going to be Psychic or Thunder damage. So, like, this is the other premier, like, damaging cantrip for Bard at early levels, right? Thunderclap, if I remember the kicker right, it's just that it's loud. And does it push things off of you? I don't think it does, right? No, it just, they take 1d6 thunder damage within 5 feet. So, you know, it's another AoE. It's one of the 3, I think, AoE. Like, so that in itself is uniquely strong. So that, I think that's, yeah. The thunder damage might be a little less reliable than the force damage. Sword burst, but you're also going to alert everything in the goddamn dungeon, right? Like, yeah, I think Thunderclap is probably justified as being an A. I don't think that I would, if I had the choice, I don't think I'm really picking this up on most characters. I think I just ignore this for basically anything else I could get. And maybe if, like, yeah, the being loud is bad. Way bad. Are you really wanting to pick this up whenever there's so many other options? that don't break stealth for you. Like, if they don't know where you're at in the dungeon, like, yeah. Yeah, if it gave you a little bit more control, like it could push stuff off of you, I might think that this is actually pretty good. Toll the Dead. S. This is everything you're trying to do as a cleric. It's maybe as a cleric, the flavor of it being necrotic damage might not be the thing you want to go with. This is a fairly uncommon damage type that creatures are going to have resistance or immunity to, so it's going to be pretty reliable, and it's one of the rare cantrips that actually deals a d12 of damage, and that condition of it doing that d12 of damage is just if it's missing hit points. So, like, yeah. Toll the Dead is sick. Like, yeah. This came out in Xanthar's Guide, and it was like, yeah, loud is bad. Gunslinger Firearms has entered the chat. Yeah, no, but for real, like, I told, like, my players that use firearms, this is the strength, I think, that crossbows and bows have over firearms. And it's that firearms are fucking loud. So whenever you're in a dungeon and you're trying to make ranged attacks, you should probably be trying to, like, throw the daggers and the darts, or use crossbows and bows, you know? So, you using a gun in a dungeon, probably not the thing you want to be doing, alright? So, you get into a fight as a gunslinger, you're alerting everything in that dungeon as far as I'm concerned. You might as well have just, rung the alarm bells. Yeah, thematically cool. The bell ringing noises are pretty sick. Yeah. Toll the Dead, mechanically, like, the kicker of it just doing additional damage, and that additional damage being a d12, come on now. Like, is it narratively cool that it just does additional damage? No, but, like, it's strong. Strong. Like, it's doing, an extra point of damage more than most of the, like, than any d10 cantrip. You know, so just, yeah, keep that in mind. Anyways, yes, Toll the Dead. Learn it, love it. If you're a cleric, this should be a no-dub pickup for you. True Strike, y'all know why it's down there. We don't need to go any further. Okay, Vicious Mockery. Vicious Mockery is like, man, this defines what you want to do as a bard. But Mindsliver came along and, like, I think I would rather have Mindsliver than Vicious Mockery, if I'm just being honest. I love it. I love it. I love it. If I was offered the choice of both, then I'd put Vicious Mockery up here. But Vicious Mockery is mostly competing with, like, Mindsliver for a cantrip position. I'll just say this. Vicious Mockery, if I'm not comparing the two, I'm going to put Vicious Mockery up here. Psychic damage is nice. The debuff is pretty fun. And it's literally just, I get to say, go fuck you, the spell. Pretty funny, right? Like, great. Your mom, the spell. But because it's now competing for the same, like, spot, or, like, if I'm investing my points, my currency for me building my character into things, and I'm looking at what my cantrips I get to spend it on, I'm probably going to take Mindsliver over Vicious Mockery. Yeah, it got kicked down after, Tasha's. Oh, I didn't know Heavy did a True Strike. Oh, man. Heavy, if you're seeing this one, send me your True Strike revamp in Discord. Okay, Word of Radiance, and I think we're done. Word of Radiance was an improvement. If you were going Frontline Cleric or Paladin, very interesting cantrip. This starts to out-damage in hordes. Okay, in hordes, Word of Radiance is probably up in S. There's other things you could probably be doing instead. But if I remember right, I did the math on this one, and, like, I think Word of Radiance starts to outpace other spells in terms of total damage pretty quickly. For its resource expense, there gets to be a point where it's, like, just optimally better for you to do Word of Radiance if you are willingly surrounding yourself with enemies, right? For Horde Clear, it's scary good. It is radiant damage in an area versus Thunderclap, which is thunder damage. Thunder damage, and it alerts everything. Okay, Word of Radiance. Just let it be. Let it be right there. Like, this is probably the best form of Horde Clear in a cantrip. I just want to remind myself of all the mechanics of it. I don't remember if it had a kicker other than it's in an area. Yeah, 1d6 radiant damage. It is each creature of your choice. Yeah. And there's nothing about it that, like, innately says you have to break stealth. Quite like literally anything can hear you out to 100 feet. Like, yeah. Time to make the True Strike Wizard. Okay, so you guys tell me, because this is always fun. You guys tell me, what did I screw up here? What deserves to get knocked up or knocked down? Yeah, Sword Burst and Thunderclap might deserve a sort of a change. You all want to make an argument for anything deserving to get changed? Let me know. And I think after this, I'll probably set myself up for another break. And then I'll be back in 10. And then I'm going to hang out until Amanda comes home. Let me do... Yeah, we'll just do that. How about... Is do display in chat? What's that going to do? Yes. Okay, cool. So you guys tell me, is there anything in this that I need to change? Eldritch Blast should be another tier higher. Agreed. We'll say this. Personal bias. One of the ones I think are like... no, I won't move Thornwhip quite up there. I like Prestidigitation. Man, I think Mage Hand... Yeah, Mage Hand probably deserves to be up here. Guidance is extremely uniquely strong. Haha. Karen, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, go get some sleep. I'll probably be live streaming for probably like another hour or two. Maybe. I highly doubt 3. Yeah, anyways. So those are my favorite ones up there. I'll move this down for the sake of formatting. Come on, boop. Okay, yes. You think the list is good? Yeah. Eldritch Blast deserves a complete redesign of a class because the cantrip is that good. Put Guidance in gray. It probably deserves it. Anyways, okay, cool. So, unless you have your own flock of fairies. Alright, I'm going to take a break. Let me get... Oh, man, I really need to see a chiropractor. Yes, it can outshine it. Yes, I 100% agree with you, Mr. Hat and Clogs. I'm just thinking that, like, illusion magic deserves a bit more refining and for the rules for the game. But, anyways, Swordburst should be the bottom of B. Yay, okay. We'll be that nice to it. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, cool. So, I'm gonna take a break, and I'll see you all here in 10 minutes, alright? You all have fun. Get your popcorn, your drinks, all that good stuff. See you all here in a second. So where were we? Oh, that's right. Doing the thing that I got distracted from 2 hours ago. So, to AC, okay. I need to make sure that the code behind all the weapon ones. Yes, yes. On a tangent, out of Runekeeper Prime. Yes. Okay, there's that. Whether I'm a ketchup or a mustard guy, ketchup. Ketchup and mayo. Mix them together. Put it on a burger. Yes, please. Clog my heart. Okay. Plus the armor class. Okay, so where was... I was grabbing... Yes, this. I need to make sure that this is uniform across all the different weapon runes. No, because that is confound. 2 attacks against it. Yes. Okay. That's already quite good. If you were to inscribe it on the weapon again, I don't want to... Yeah. The life runes. 1 additional hit die. That's fine. Okay. Armor weapon. Yes, that was the one I just did. Breath weapon. That one has scaling there. Druidic runes. Inscribed. If the weapon grants a... Sure. Metadata. Bam. I think if I'm gonna fix, if I'm gonna change up, I just had an idea from looking at Primal Savagery. It might be cool to make a rune that for Druid that's claw weapon that functions in the way that I would want Primal Savagery to work. And that feels druidic, right? Like they're all about like shape-shifting and stuff, so like you'd be able to do that, and yeah, it would feel different from Primal Savagery, and that it's going to mechanically function differently. 2d6 temporary hit points. Because I pulled this from a magic item. Grants this bonus. That wording is so weird. Clipping the druidic subclass. Yes, not all the runes. But the feature I was thinking about clipping, I think I need to get rid of that. And then... okay, cool. Something like that. Same number? Sure. I think that makes sense. And then that, yeah. And then claw. Item, okay. This is the one that's going to allow you to make a claw, so yeah. XD. Yeah. Okay. Druid progress might not be Runekeeper progress, right? And that, okay, I'll remember that. I've got it here on live stream. That's an idea in the future. You're right, Mads. I'll clip that for right now. Akita, kind of sleepy, but you had a question. Let me turn that down. Can I please share a few tips for new homebrew writers? Maybe there's a good places to get feedback or something like that. Join it with my Discord. Don't trust it to Reddit. I feel like that's the overwhelming first advice. Try to find the work of people who you respect, you like what they do, you think that they make good content, cool. Figure out what makes that content good. Talk with them a little bit. Check out some of my live streams. I talk about a lot of this stuff. Cumulative. There we go. That's what I need to grab. Check out my live streams because I talk about the design process and everything on here a lot. The one thing I would say is, like, if you want to start out, like you're new to homebrew, and you're like, I want to get a good feel for the system or whatever, it's probably what I would recommend first is start out by designing subclasses. Subclasses are a way for you study subclasses by looking at what's already in the game and like seeing how you can repurpose the mechanics to like change flavor a little bit, right? Range attacks with what? Okay. There we go. Like, let's say let's do a simple one, right? Let's say take the fighter, let's say take the Eldritch Knight, and you want to make it a holy, whatever. Nah, sure, people will probably say, why not just roll a paladin? We're just going off the cuff here for a second. So what would you do? What are the first steps you would take in making a fighter based off the Eldritch Knight that is a, like, divine character, right? Well, I'm probably going to change its spellcasting stuff from wizard over to cleric. What do I want the identity of its spellcasting to be? Do I need to make the spells evocation? Do I make them abjuration? Because it's enchantment or... No, wait, I'm thinking of Arcane Trickster. You can compare existing subclasses to where your new homebrew fits in. Subclasses where it is with me right now. Subclasses seem too hard. It seemed to require too much just to make something good. What is it like? What is it that you consider to be good for a class? Like, if you see a class that you're like, what are the ones that stick out to you as, yes, this is something that absolutely needs to be in the game at absolutely every table, right? Abjuration and Invocation. Yeah, there you go. But, like, they also get their weapon bond. They also get their war magic. They also get, whatever. So study, like, the subclass designs. And also, what I would recommend is, like, try to take, like, if you go and look at the easiest one to see this on, and this is what I call scaffolding, easiest one to see this on is go look at Paladin. Try to make like 2 Paladin subclasses and start out by looking at Conquest and then look at there's Conquest, is it Conquest and Vengeance? Because there's a particular scaffolding with Paladin, but it goes down one of 2 paths. Yeah, you either go the aura path or you go the unique reaction path. So there's Devotion, and then go look at... Yeah, let's say you look at Devotion and then go look at Oath of the Ancients. And then you'll see that there's a subclass scaffolding, but they take it down 2 unique different paths. Go check that out. Try to design some paladins that are... Try to design like 2 different paladin subclasses that try to go down one of these 2 paths, and you'll see how subclass scaffolding structure works, right? And then go check out like what cleric does. Cleric has a pretty set scaffolding as well. And then the one that is a little bit more challenging to see the scaffolding in would be like Ranger. Ranger also has a pretty set scaffolding. It's changed a bit over the years, but like they also, it's pretty easy to see there's like aggressive, defensive, like, you know, in their scaffolding. But then, you know, so learn about that scaffolding, right? And see, try to find that in the different subclasses for 5e. Whenever I'm designing a full class, that's one of the first things that comes to my mind whenever I'm looking at the subclass design. If you look at my Rune Keeper, like the one I'm working on right now, each of the Rune Keeper subclasses, I don't know that I've ever made a class with as clear cut of a scaffolding as this one. This one is like so apparent. Like immediate first glance, it's almost just like, oh yeah, no duh. Okay. At first level, at second level, you get a discourse feature, which is giving you the ability to. This needs to get clipped right here. You always get the language that you know how to speak and write that's associated with the language, because they have a feature here in the Rune Keeper that allows you to switch out your language as known, because that's going to be like your expanded spell list, right? Further, you can always attune to any magic item that is restricted to typically the creatures or classes, you could say, that are associated with this runic dialect, right? And then they get a unique second level feature that usually affects the way in which they inscribe runes, or is supposed to build off the core idea of what the runes of that runic language are meant to do. Here with Dwarvish, or Dethic, Dwarvish runes are supposed to really specifically enhance like armor and weapons, right? So here with Call of Iron, you get a rune that you can inscribe. You can't invoke it, but you can inscribe this rune onto a weapon and get its passive benefit. So you get like a freebie inscribed rune that you have. Pretty nice. At second level, all keepers are going to get their Rune Stance feature, which is an aura that you switch to as a bonus action on your turn. So for them, I built off of this later on, where at 6th level, you get unique additional bonuses that you can enter into your Rune Stance, like, you know, whatever. So that's the scaffolding that every single Rune Keeper is going to get, is a unique thing that they can do with their Rune Stances, you know, Draconic Rune Stance, Dethic Rune Stance, etc., etc. 10th level, all of these words features will change the way in which you invoke runes in a particular way. Or you can... do 3 of your inscribed runes on a single object. I guess I would give you 3. Nah, that's fine. Boop. I've been mostly trying to take out as much of the attunement stuff as I can. Oh, go back. There we go. And then 14th level, these are 14th level. I like doing at 14th level, this should be a big, what I call like the limit break, Final Fantasy style. You get a big thing that you can do with your turn. What is that big thing that you can do with your turn? The one subclass I usually point to is like the boom, they definitely did this in D&D, so I think that this feels really, really good, is the Beast Barbarian. Beast Barbarian's 14th level, Call of the Hunt. This feels like that Final Fantasy style limit break right here. This is basically Red 13's limit break from Final Fantasy VII. I think his ultimate limit break, Lunar... Oh, what is it? Lunar High? Anyways. But this is a buff that you can do that feels like, yes, this is a huge, big, big turn right here. Some people call this like a Nova, and I guess, sure. That Nova, that one big, big turn, feels like a really cool capstone. I might try some different stuff, like sometimes a passive capstone can feel okay, but I think that something that feels really big and cinematic as the final capstone is like, oh, yes, yes. Usually whenever it's anything other than a big, big turn, it tends to feel a little bit lackluster. Yeah, Ranger has changed quite a bit, but they have stuck to something of a scaffolding with it. Yeah, following a strict scaffolding can help out a lot. And it tends to just create a design that people will look at and they're thinking, okay, I get what this thing is supposed to do. And I think that they appreciate it a little bit more whenever, like, that, yeah, the moment of glory capstone, right? Yes, exactly. You want that big, big moment of, like, yes, I'm using this, and everyone at the table is like, oh, wow, you know? Yes, yeah. Chat got busy there for a second. Let me see here. You love how Paladin... Yeah, Paladin is... Yes. Yeah. You're trying to do stuff that you can't really easily achieve with multi-classing, bringing stuff that does not already exist in the game. Yep, that's the goal. You wanna bring something into the game that plays D&D in a different way. Those are the classes that I think tend to really establish people as homebrew designers. It's by looking at Monk and avoiding everything. It looks like 4 elements. Okay, yes. 4 elements is the best example I can probably point to of how breaking subclass scaffolding leads to unpleasant design. Because, like, nothing about 4 elements is conventional for what other monks can do. And, like, the open choice is interesting. We like the idea of the techniques and everything. But there's so many things within that monk that didn't require key. A lot of that monk is too expensive, and like the lack of other core features that support the other idea, it's such a mess. Weaving features early that the base class are also working with is a big thing for me. Yeah, you want to build on. You constantly want to be building, because that building is going to reinforce, like, okay, not only is there continuity, but I can feel the growth happening. And that growth is important. You know, we want to feel our levels are meaningful. And that's a way to make meaningful leveling happen, is that you built off the powers that already existed. The Reaver from Dragon Age? Oh, okay. There's also a video series that I did. I just referenced this in a video I did a VOD of, but my playstyle series. If you want to know how I think about the game, go check that out. I've had some people like push back because they don't think that the midline thing is necessary. Whatever. It's how I think of the game. So you can go check that out if you want to see like how I'm analyzing and what I'm thinking of whenever I'm writing for D&D. And okay, so mainly for works, I either do something like redoing stuff from the games or media I love, or taking stuff I do for my friends or right. That's what I did, I knew there was not a way to make a Dragoon in D&D right now. So that's, I took Eokaric as my my excuse to finally write a Dragoon-based class, or subclass. And, you know, I love the fiction of what Dragoons are in Final Fantasy. So I wanted to make that work, and it never really felt quite right as a martial, like a pure martial kind of a character. So, yeah, that's, yeah. No, the link should be, so there's, let me do this. Okay, so if you look above my head, you see my YouTube that suggests that. And now you'll see my Patreon. And now you'll see my Twitter. Now you see my link tree. And then it should say my Discord. Okay, so my Discord right there, that link. If you join up with that, or if I'll also paste it and pin it in chat because that invites. Now, here you go. Boop. Pen. If you join up in there, you know, and the thing I say is there are quite a few people that are in there, but the thing I will recommend is like, know that there's a lot of people that are in that Discord now, and there's a lot of people that are in there that are designers that are pretty busy. Just check out the rules. Make sure you don't ping them as often, and know that, like, if people are going to give you critique or something, then like that's given freely. People aren't really obligated to give that critique. If you sponsor me over on Patreon, I don't mind running through doing a consultation on some of your work. But yeah, so check those out if you want that kind of help. There's also just like reaching out to other designers and seeing, like, you know, hey, can I pay you $30 to give this a once over? If it's like a page or two, then they usually don't mind. But yeah, I hope that helps. Classes seem very, very hard, as I think you need a lot of ideas to sculpt the whole class. It just wouldn't feel really good. Oh yeah, that's another big one. Take critique graciously. But working on a class. So, I've made 2 so far. Well, I've technically made about 6, but like, I've made 2 that I feel good about having out, like, in the public. The Mystic that I made is probably a bit dated because the mechanics for psionics have changed. I mostly made that Mystic as a response to, like, WotC cutting the Mystic from 5e. So I made that Mystic as, like, over the course of a weekend to show that they had a cool concept there, and they just didn't see it through to the finish line. So that is, no, after the Runekeeper, I'm probably taking a bit of a design break. Not like super long, but enough to let me reset and not be thinking about D&D stuff for a hot second. It's part of the reason why, hey, if y'all haven't heard yet, I'm going to be live streaming Elden Ring as soon as that drops, and that's going to be fun to just hang out and play that. So, yeah, subscribe if you want to come around for those live streams. But I'm trying to get away from just talking and thinking about D&D stuff after I get done with the Runekeeper. And then I've got some other classes I want to kind of make happen, but, like, I need to probably not touch any of those until, like, March or April at the earliest. This class has just been a mountain of work that I haven't I haven't been able to like take my mind off of, and I need to take my mind off of it. You know what I mean? Very Sigma idea. The Elden Ring streams are gonna be fun. I get to rage a little bit, I'm sure. Like, oh man, I cannot wait for another game to come out and just kick my ass. Like, yeah, I am so stoked to just get into Elden Ring. And you know, a part of me also kind of wants to time the Rune Keeper getting dropped around Elden Ring, because runes are a big deal in that world. So like, maybe, but I don't think it's worth waiting until February 25th. Yeah. This one, okay. Why can't I hear the music anymore? Oh, good track. Yeah, Elden Ring. Oh, hey, Yuke, what's going on? Yeah, from what I've heard, I mean, there's already companies that are saying it's their game of the year just off of the playtest. You guess you're making a Souls TTRPG for a new game jam? You mean Merchant and Dancer were pretty readily available ideas, right? The Runekeeper needed a lot more research. Kind of. The Merchant, I didn't have to build a whole magic system out for the Merchant like I did with the Runekeeper. The Runekeeper required me taking a... I like what Phil said whenever he was like, you're taking a subclass and you're expanding it out into its entire master class. And I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so I've been viewing it like that. And it requires an amount of work that is very atypical for a class. A cumulative. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, a small question about my wizardry work. Okay. I did something based on my work for your players, but I also added the familiar as a base feature. It was on the 3.5 wizards. I don't mind it in theory. A lot of wizards take it already. I just always kind of wondered, like why... Oh, what is it? I mean, wizard being the blank slate, I think if you throw Find Familiar onto a thing, like as a base expectation, wasn't a base class feature? Really? It feels more witch to me. Right? Like, it would feel more witch to me to have a familiar as a base class feature rather than wizard. Ah, yeah. Okay. Coming up with the subclass identity, right? That's tough. That's where I say, that's part of that litmus test that we were talking about earlier, where why would you make a class if you can make it a subclass, right? Usually that litmus test involves, can you come up with ideas for what the subclasses are going to be? And you don't have to have mechanics, but it can just be, what are the subclasses going to be based off of? And okay, so this class is technically a year in the making. If not, no, this class is technically 2 years in the making. Because I got started in on this as an idea back during Legends of Frozen Far. And I mean, Spencer knows how long ago that was, right? Like, that was geez, what was that? September 2020. Yeah, I guess it's a little over a year. Yeah. So I got started building the magic system for this a year ago. And I had just gotten busy with a whole bunch of other stuff. I actually designed a whole other class in that time. But the thing that we kept getting is, yeah, the new answer to why is this not a subclass is shut the fuck up, nerd. Yeah, that's my pushback on it at this point, right? Anytime someone asks that, I'm just like, dude, just don't buy it. Like, if you're really looking for a reason to get all pissy about it, then like, oh, I don't know that I should allow this. It seems like it should be a subclass. I'm like, really? You're talking about a class that has its completely own unique kind of a mechanic and introduces something new into the game. Whatever. Anyways, you know, honestly, my big hang-up, and this is such a weird thing, my big hang-up on why the Dancer couldn't be a Bard subclass is the fact that the Bard got musical instrument proficiencies, and I know a lot of dancers that don't know shit whenever they sit down with an instrument. Like, you know, like not every dancer I know plays an instrument. You know, from working in the theater scene, I mean, a lot of them do, right? But there's plenty of people that just dance, and that is like their thing, right? And I was like, cool, what could the idea for that be? What could the different subclasses be? And that's where like the idea for choreos came around, and I was like, oh yeah, your different dance like styles. Okay, cool. So that's what, yeah, and I built it around like different genres of dance. So that's why there's a mosh pit and dancer in there, yeah. Because dancers, I mean, I think that like, I think the Dancer brought something new to the table, like with, it's a support that maximizes the action economy. It's the only action economy support I've seen. Like, I'm trying to think of any other concept, homebrew or official, that does anything close to what the Dancer does. And like, usually from people that I've heard that have checked it out are usually like, oh, what? You mean I can make the Fire Emblem Dancer finally? Like, yeah, dude, like that mechanic totally works for 5e. Here you go. Merchant was like, how can you make it bag of holding the class without it just being bag of holding? And that's where the idea of the bag of holding being based off of value came about. And I was like, wait, how can we measure how much freebie gold you should be able to get? Not just gold, but like how much freebie shit should you be able to get of your choice per level. So that was all an experiment in that, right? Trying to figure out how can you scale up gold, like how much gold you should have in this bag per level, you know, like, yeah. So experimental design, trial and error. I just messaged Zipper on, because I was like, you know, after seeing Galders again, I'm constantly surprised every time I look at that book, because I'm like, you guys had a lot of really great ideas in here. You got a sick nasty merchant subclass idea you eventually want to show me? Yeah, and dude, I almost thought it would be really funny to do an expansion for the merchant that was based around cryptocurrency, but like, oh god, that would have to be like an April Fool's thing or something. Like, you were the NFT selling merchant. Like, what would it be? You know, like, you can cast Minor Illusion, and the you can cast Minor Illusion to make a completely unique, randomly generated image. I don't know, it's something stupid. God. Whoever sees it perceives it to be worth. Whoever sees it must succeed on a DC 4 Wisdom saving throw or be convinced it's worth billions. Yeah, Snake Oil's right. Yeah, you can cast Distort Value. I mean, you guys see, right? Like, I thought of the idea and I was like, this would be so funny. It'd be so funny. And it would have been so relevant if I would have, like, you know, gotten it out last year, but I just don't even know what the hell I would do with the concept. It's a cryptocurrency merchant, right? So I guess I can make it about like illusions, and that illusions and deception. Subprime mortgage financial crisis. Yeah, how much material components the illusion costs to maintain? Oh man, that's so funny. Oh, it's not. It's extremely sad, but you know. Yeah. So it was an idea I had that I thought would be really funny, but yeah. Sometimes you have these ideas, you write them down, and you're like, maybe later. For now, hiccup. For now, I gotta make sure I work on the tasks I'm working on, right? Okay, what can I do for... I need to make sure that the armor one is like... Wait, there we go. Boom. Okay. So that's good for... Oh yeah, Gilded Touch. Oh, that's a spell. That's definitely a spell I wrote, which means can I snag that and put it over here for something? Like, I don't know. I've thought about what spells I've written in the past that I could like take and move over here into the Runekeeper to kind of build on some other stuff. But so much of the stuff that was written for the Runekeeper is just so goofy. Like the number of times people have asked about money shot. Oh man. That needs to... I need to fix the Orcus one because that's gonna have a slight change. Master runes. Okay. So Master runes are the new way that I'm writing the big bad, like, oh, what are my my 8th, 9th, you know, whatever level spells, as runes. These are going to be the ones that, like, you can inscribe one of these runes at a time. Like, ever, you know. So, can I show the Beathra? Yeah. So, the Abyssal, or the Master runes. If a rune's going to translate to Master, the prerequisite is always that it has to have 7 other runes from its runic language, and none of them can translate to Master. These have to be big. Some of the things that they'll be able to do, if we scroll down, Infernal got one last night. Usually they'll all be named after famous characters or monsters that are, like, legendary, or characters that are legendary. We want them to be like actual forces of nature, right? So like for Draconic, them getting Master runes, it would be like they get a Bahamut rune and like a Tiamat rune, right? Zerial here for the Infernal. You have to have 7 other Infernal runes inscribed and no other Master rune inscribed, and then you can inscribe it on a sword. The attuned creature becomes immune to fire damage and can use their action to touch a creature and force it to make a Constitution saving throw. Oh, no. Come on. Save. Uh-oh, hang on. One sec. Sorry. Sometimes Adobe is like, uh-oh, I pooped my pants. And it needs a reset. Any day now, Adobe. Any day now, Adobe. But I am planning on tomorrow also getting on live stream. Saturday and Sunday are going to be. I basically I want to go to sleep tonight, get really damn good sleep, and then basically plan on. Amanda's gonna have work, so I'm planning on spending my day tomorrow getting this damn thing done. I want to get. I want to make sure everything seems consistent, solid. The system makes sense. I'm gonna see what I can do to get. See what I can do to put in some little final like. There's some of the runes that heavy is contributing that I need to adapt from Armorer's Handbook over to this system. InDesign, what is going on? You never take this long. Are you upset? Uh-oh. InDesign. Is that InDesign trying to tell me it's time for bed? Hang on a second. Let me do that. Uh-oh. I saved. Okay, InDesign is not wanting to open. Yeah. InDesign, it's not you, it's me. Do I need to restart the Adobe process, maybe? It's just InDesign. Oh, okay. Okay. I think we're good. Boom. All right, we're back. Okay. So master runes. These are going to get you. These are going to get you a very large amount of power. Immunity to fire damage and a unique action that they can do. That, if you all remember my recharge mechanic from earlier, this is going to key off of that. So, the attuned creature becomes immune to fire damage. Further, they can use their action to touch a creature and force it to make a Constitution saving throw against your Rune Magic save DC. On a failure, the target takes 8d10 necrotic damage and is poisoned for 1 minute. While poisoned in this way, the target is also blinded and deafened. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. Afterward, the creature rolls a d6 at the start of each of its turns. This action is unavailable for 1 minute unless a 6 is rolled on the d6, which immediately recharges it, and then you can instantly cause this thing to be recharged with the invocation, and once you invoke this rune, you must spend 5 runic charges to do so again. Remember, you have a number of these charges equal to half your Runekeeper level. At the earliest level that you can do this, you have to have 8. You have to be able to inscribe 8 runes. So this and 7 other runes. You having to spend 5 runic charges to do so again means that you can only reliably do this twice in a combat encounter. So you invoke the rune, or this thing happens, and they get the ability to do this. Great. Otherwise, they've got to re-roll it with this, right? Then, if they want to immediately do it, bam, they have to invoke it to recharge the rune. I think that this is very cool. 8d10 necrotic damage. How is this not busted? Oh, hey, Akita. Yeah. Go to bed. This VOD will be up tomorrow, and I'm not super far behind you. So, yes, go to sleep. Thank you for being on stream. Great questions, by the way. We'll see you again soon. I'll be on tomorrow. So, 8d10 necrotic damage. The way I'm thinking about this is... Here we go. Let's pull up the calculator. So 44 damage. Okay. 44 damage that they do that's tied behind a saving throw. Otherwise, it just doesn't happen. It's a saber suck situation, right? 44 damage, and they're poisoned for a minute. If they're poisoned, if this does go off, and they're not immune to being poisoned, the target's also blended and deafened. So, like, I think that this is actually pretty okay. It's doing the necrotic damage, which is going to be more reliable than poison damage. And then, if they're poisoned, this other thing goes off, and they're blended and deafened. You repeat the saving throw. This is huge shutdown. Part of why I'm okay with this is because the DM can do this to players. And I know that some people say, hey, the DM should have ultimate power and all that stuff. Like, I like putting some of that power into the player's hands. Alright? So, let me show you where I got this from. Y'all probably saw Zariel. This is Zariel's Horrid Touch right here. It's the unique thing that Zariel gets to do in her, like, stat block. So, rather than it being another bland, their attacks deal 3d or 30, you know, whatever, like more fire damage, yay, whatever. I figured I would go find what was unique about the creatures, like, you know, Zariel's stat block, and then see what I can do to make that a power that the players could access. And that's what Horrid Touch is. It might need to... probably shouldn't recharge on a 5 to 6 for the player. A 33% chance that just refreshes on their turn is pretty nuts. But I think it's okay, because 44 damage. If I'm thinking about, like... Okay, this is you at, like... Good lord, 15th level or something? Fighter. Let's do Fighter with 2d6. So, that's 7, plus, let's say they're maxed out strength stat. So 12, let's say, plus their... plus they have, like, a plus... Let's just give them a +2 magical item, right? Okay, 14. That's without any spells or anything improving that, alright? So, that fighter can do what? 3 attacks, maybe, with that? Okay, so 42 damage. That is what this fighter is doing fairly reliably on their turn. Like, 3 attacks, dealing 42... let's look at Eldritch Blast. Okay, Eldritch Blast up here at 11th level. Or, sorry, up here at 15th level. 2 levels behind me, we're already going to get it at 4 blasts, right? So, average damage die for Eldritch Blast is going to be 5.5. Average of a d10 is 5.5. You take half the value of the die, add 0.5 to it, bam, you get the average roll. So, 5.5. They can do this on 3 separate blasts. Okay, 16.5. Now, usually, if you're a smart warlock, you're going to be getting Agonizing Blast, which means that the average roll of the average damage of every one of your bolts for Eldritch Blast is going to be 10.5. That's also with several kickers that you can throw in on that. Now, times 3. Okay, 31.5. In 2 levels, we're going to get it again. So, okay, 42. So, we're talking about around this range. But the Warlock and the Fighter can do this just by using their action to do the main thing that they do. This is still tied behind another thing. And then you give it the kicker on top of that. Whenever it's tied behind the refresh. I think that that's actually very fine. Even if it's too high, it's easier to nerf down the... Yeah, that's where I'm sitting at with this. It's tied behind the saving throw, not an attack roll. You have to get within the range to do the attack. Yeah, I think it's actually very okay. And then it's tied into poison damage. I think, if anything, it might be kind of weak. But whenever you're dealing with these kinds of big damage dice, it always looks a little intimidating. Because you're like, I don't know. I don't know if I can justify that. Spending 5 runic charges to do so again. So it's like a 5th level spell slot. 8, 10. Yes. Okay, this is fine. The recharge is interesting. The recharge is definitely interesting. Yeah, my only... Okay, so I tried that the other night. I tried to find... yeah, it can't crit either. I tried to find Asmodeus the other day to see if there was a stat block for him, and there's not. It's weird. There's lore for him, but there's not an actual stat block for him. I'd like to find one, because it would be cool to pull something unique for him. But I can do a Master Rune for, like, each of the Archdevils, right? Making an attack roll, you want 16 d10. Can you make it an attack roll? It's just, it's not an attack roll in Zerial's stat block. 9-layer devil leaders that aren't stat blocks? Weird. I wonder why. The creature makes a... I mean, being able to do 16d10 on that is hilarious. But, like... Don't actually, please, this doesn't need to be. I was just trying to think if there was any reason why it shouldn't be. Other than the potential for crit, which, like, I guess I don't really care if it is or not. You can already crit with, like, inflict wounds, so... I think it's okay. Can do... Didn't Tiamat get a stat block? Come on. What? I thought I bought this book. Oh my god, you all know how it goes. Okay, hang on. Wait, 1 sec. I gotta switch over to my camera just in case this goes to PayPal. Hang on. Okay. Sorry, 1 sec. PayPal. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll take this time to just mention, hey, if you like the stream, go ahead and like down there, subscribe, and if you are feeling like supporting the stream and, you know, helping me pay for all these books that Wizards won't send me review copies on, why not drop a super chat? This corporation Ooh. 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 Okay. If you die, you get transferred back. Ooh, wait, that's actually really cool. Is maybe a rune? Would that be the cool thing to do for the abyssal, like, or the infernal, like make an infernal rune that makes it to where, like, whenever the creature dies, they drop to 0 hit points, but their body is destroyed. Their body isn't destroyed, or their body is destroyed, but their essence travels back to their domain in the 9 hells. That's kind of cool as a rune. It's silly, but it's kind of cool. What's another cool thing to pull from her? Divine Word. Oh, she can just do that. She can just do Divine Word. Wow. How many times per day? Oh, just... Oh, 3 times. Okay, I was like, Jesus. Wow, she has 5 uses of legendary resistance. Jeez. Alright. Well... That's... Ooh. Can take 1 reaction per turn. Oh, Ice Break. You're playing a dancer in the next campaign. You wanted to come in and say, hey, awesome. Thank you. This thing is awesome. Hey, I appreciate hearing all that. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Actually, if you're in my Discord, or you see my business email, send me a copy of your character sheet. I'd love to see like what people actually really like out of the class, and what flares they decide to pick and all that stuff. I'm glad to hear you like it. Okay. Hang on. Let's see. Because I think the cool thing for Bahamut is going to be to give you legendary resistance. Bahamut, Tiamat. Okay. So Tiamat's big, like, lore thing, she's the many-headed dragon. So, the attuned creature can take 1 reaction per turn. Okay. That is scary big. That is scary big. No. Like, wow, how do you possibly keep that in check? That's going to be the challenge. Avoid or end. That's right. They're going with that wording. I keep forgetting about that. You're going for a noble court tiefling. Hey. Okay. I haven't really heard a whole lot of feedback on that one. Mostly just that people thought that by looking at it, it felt a little boring. So please let me know, because like I have not heard much of any playtest feedback on that one. I know, like, I think I kind of spiced it up a little bit for the Monarch Flare, or I spiced up the, like, I think it's Monarch's Waltz. Yeah, it's been a second since I've looked at it. I scrolled up way too far. But, yeah, like I said, I haven't heard anybody talking about really playing that one just yet. So I'd love to hear any feedback you've got. Ooh. Because Tiamat is also a fiend, making it to where it's draconic or infernal runes. Ooh. Oh, that feels cool. Okay. Whatever it is, it's got to require attunement. This is too big. Like, oh yeah. Wait, against being knocked unconscious. Okay. There's a there's a funny interaction with this, right? You know what happens whenever you get, like, well, I guess it's not knocked unconscious. No. What was it? There's something about getting knocked unconscious and if you're ending the effect. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, there's a wording where if I say to avoid or end the like being knocked unconscious or something, that would mean that you would have advantage on death saving throws. Because you're technically unconscious, and that would end the effect, you know. So, like, we don't. I'm still hesitant on the wording. I haven't been sold on it for that just yet. I mean, rules as intended. Man, you know how it's supposed to work, right? I'm pulling the reaction wording just from Tiamat's stat block. And I think it's okay. It conveys, like, woo, one reaction per turn. Okay, what does this break? What does this break on you as a player? I mean, you get a piss load of opportunity attacks. You can cast basically counterspell non-stop. Oh no. No, it happened again. Silvery barbs. Oh. I don't mind the runes that require reactions because I didn't do anything that was like all that crazy as a reaction. But this is something you can go infinite with silvery barbs on, and it worsens the spam potential of that spell on a wizard. Fuck that spell. God damn it, I hate that spell. You see what I mean? You see how much design space that cuts off? This could have been something that would have been really interesting to try and, like, make reasonable, but there's just no way, because that one fucking spell. Because at this point, if you have a wizard in your party and they take spell mastery silvery barbs, nothing is getting through this. Damn it. it cut it like. That's what I mean, man. That spell just cuts off so much space. This is so cool, though. Oh, like, what can this do? Like, how can this be made reasonable? I mean, I could limit the uses, sure, but like, I don't even know that that really helps. Okay, what can this do? What can this do? Yeah, like, I can tell where you want to go with that. Is there a rule that states... Yeah, that's an odd arbitration, though. Like... Is there a rule that states that if I've used my reaction to cast a spell, I can't cast the spell until the start of my next turn? Because, like... Man, this is... I want to keep this in here for now. It's not worth cutting just yet. That's not impossible to make happen. If I got more reactions, nothing raw would prevent that spam. Yeah, just make it a goddamn 3rd level spell, please. Wait. Silvery Barbs requires, No, it doesn't require concentration. Damn it. Oh my god. Well, so the Discorporation is kind of, that's a pretty common theme amongst all fiends. So I think, like, it could be cool to make it just like a general cool infernal or abyssal rune that does that, and that way you can like opt into it in a way. How do I go to hell? Someone stabbed me. But yeah, no, that is something I want to make into a spell or into a rune, is when you die you go to hell. Like, that's the kind of, like, D&D-ness of it, right? Where you're like, wait, you mean, if I take this rune whenever I drop to 0 hit points, I can go to hell? How can we make this good, guys? Like, I mean, you are effectively immortal at that point. But, like, you know, just, is that really an immortal you want to be? Oh, God. Oh, I'm going to sit on that one. I'm going to sleep on that one. I think tomorrow I'm going to come back to it. We'll be back live streaming tomorrow, for sure. Because, yeah, I like that idea. I like what this one wants to do. I want to see what I can do to keep this. And this might be one that I even ask someone like Heavy or Ross to just tell me, how do I make this damn thing work? That is so... I want this to be a thing. I want this to be a thing. Oh, wait. Why is that auto-playing? That song got me copyright stricken before. Why does it keep doing that? It keeps auto-playing. She's the big boy. I don't know why it keeps auto-playing that one. Oh, Biomancer, if you're still watching, yes, I just saw your Discord notification. I need to find your weather runes that you were submitting. And I like the idea of what you had about kind of basing it off of layer actions as well, in a way. I thought that was really cool. So, yes, if you're watching right now, I see your Discord message. I think tomorrow I'm going to see what other people have posted up when they're like, yeah, cool, check this one out. So Board needs to go back in here. I just spent today, like this morning, re-adding all the giant runes that I had in Legends of Frozen Far back in here. But yes, yes, I did like the ideas. I will be looking at them. I think for tonight, I should probably wrap up here so that way I can get really good sleep tonight. We can get back on the Runekeeper early tomorrow and basically plan an all-day stream to try and knock this bitch out. That's my thought. I don't know. How you all doing? How are we? Are we good? Beata! What do you want to talk about with this one? Where'd it go? You're Gucci. Oh, what? Good catch. Good catch. That's funny. All right. One action duration. One action. You know, is the duration of one action a possible thing to do? Yes. Is it worthwhile? I'm just concepting now. That sounded funny. Anyways. Oh man. Okay. Good catch. Thank you. I'll be back at this tomorrow. Wait, is that seriously a 6-hour live stream? What? Did I get started at 4? Jeez, okay. Wow, I had no idea. Okay. Well, hey. If you like the live stream, go check out the Patreon. All the other stuff on my channel. I'll be clipping a little bit of that. Yeah, duration, one live stream. Anyways, so yeah. Thank you all. Mads, Spencer, Biomancer, Robotic Raven Mage, everybody that's been hanging out basically this entire live stream. You guys rock. Hey, it's always fun to have y'all. Yes, I'm going to get good sleep tonight. I'm going to get good sleep tonight. I'm going to eat good. Eat good? Eat good. Awesome Soul, thank you so much for moderating. Really appreciate you. Trying to knock out those bots. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know you got other stuff you can be getting to, so yeah. Anyways, guys, everyone have a really good night. I will plan on seeing as many of you are able to show up tomorrow. We're going to knock this thing out. And then what I really hope, honestly, is I drop the Runekeeper on the DM's Guild. And I want a top 10 with this class. I want a top 10 most popular with this one. I mean, I know it's always kind of a goal, but like it's especially hard to do that with a class. If you're not Matt Mercer, yeah. So like Ross was one of the first people I saw really do a top 10 most popular with a class. So I'm gonna promote the crap out of it over here. We're gonna see what we can do to get up into that top 10. Yeah, I think I can do it because I think I got something cool in my hands here. Anyways, so y'all have a great night. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I need to eat something. I didn't eat. I need dinner. I need sleep. All right, guys. So see you all tomorrow. Hope you all have a great night. Hope you all stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you in the next one.